So someone jumped on this live, and I just missed the window.
They are not the same, so we cannot bring the same skill set. So
I have someone live on my phone going through my soundboard. Hopefully you guys can hear what's going on. But someone jumped in the live. I didn't go live quick enough, so I couldn't. So we'll see what we can do. So real quick, the live says not in the equality doesn't exist, not in the home, not in the workplace, not in the world. That's the title of this live that I want to go get into.
Industry, we get audited all the time. Kind of like Deb does. She audits people. I get audited for my assessments.
I get audited, and those people get audited.
Let me know if you can hear okay.
And if I have the same education background and like continuing education, right, as a guy in my industry, and he's getting paid more than me, why would that be?
Well, one,
we'd have to prove that that's happening, first of all.
See, that's where a lot of this comes in, is because does he have, do the both of you have the exact same qualifications, the exact same experience, the exact same like prestigious of college?
What's up, Andy?
Yep. Then why would he get paid more than me?
Is it that he gets paid more, or is it because women? Hold on, but is it because women tend to take more time off for children and family things than men?
Because we have the same amount of PTO that we can utilize as well, and sick time, and floating holidays.
And you can't punish women for having to take off to recover from, birthing a whole ass human.
No one's
and
punishing
also,
anyone. Oh my God, there's no one. This is the weirdest. You can't put where no one's getting punished. If you look at things on an average, so all the bullshit about there's no equality of income, et cetera, is because they take the average income for a woman, average income for man. They don't account for any variables, and then they say, women make 75 cents on the dollar to men, and it's not true because they're not accounting for all of the things in between. And their anecdotal evidence of well, in my job, one person doesn't. It's like, that doesn't matter. We're talking about society in general. The opportunities that exist in the world are equal. The vast majority are equal. Why do women think childbirth is a punishment? Good point.
Absolutely do the job. Yeah. I've not applied before.
Why? No, and this is a serious question. Why wouldn't you? Maybe you can fulfill most of the requirements, but maybe one you'd have to learn. Why wouldn't you apply to a job to maybe there's one requirement that you probably have to learn, but you can fill the rest?
Because
we're taught that we have to meet them all.
Yeah, they're called minimum
all
requirements.
And not only that, but we're also taught that, like, because we're women, we're not going to be looked at the same as men. Men always have an upper hand in the workplace.
There are different roles that men and women have. There's no doubt about that. And to say that that's, it's not a negative. It's just we serve one purpose, women serve another. But there is equality that exists, especially in the workplace.
Or,
it's society's fault for not telling us, about it, or also like having keeping women out of the workforce for such a long time. I mean, like, you guys got to think about, like, when we got, our rights, our ability to even have a bank account on our own, or buy a house on our own. I mean, I worked for a company that they said that once you got married, you were let go from the company because your job now was to take care of your husband.
And that wasn't that long ago.
When was this?
Who's saying that?
Hold on, this also ties into the man bear type thing too, is because women are kind of taught to be hesitant, cautious.
It's too loud, Eric.
Not really shy. I don't know
a lot
the
of
word
our
I'm looking for.
Just our collective experience, though.
Kind of like they're taught to just kind of chill in the background and not be like outspoken, and you know what I mean. I don't know if that's making sense.
Don't take up space. We're taught not to take up space, not to be visible. We're supposed to be quiet and pliable.
I want to say something. Richard, do you think that maybe your delivery and the way that you're saying things is why you're getting attacked?
Oh my God, this person needs to ignore the chat. Yeah, sorry, that's her, not me. That's her.
maybe we can.
It's your goddamn delivery, dude.
So
Oh,
maybe
God.
we can piggyback off the man bear thing and use that to start getting awareness to this, because I feel like that goes hand in hand with this.
It's not.
Get women feeling more safe, feeling more involved, included, feeling like they can negotiate for jobs and, you know, all that kind of stuff.
Definitely. I mean, it wasn't until like the past like 10 years that I realized like you can apply for a job and not fit everything that is needed.
Yeah, no shit.
That it was then I was just like, holy.
Oh, you know, and here's the other thing that I don't like is when people try and make arguments that like apply to 20 or 30 years ago. We're talking present day. Equality does exist in the home, in the workplace, in the world. Well, the world is a hard one to say. I mean, I would agree equality doesn't exist in the world because, I mean, there's different areas of the world that believe different things, and you can't possibly police the entire world. Most people are against this, like the globalist thought process. Like, we don't want to be living under one world government. That sounds, I mean, people have totally different ways of looking at the world and thinking, and we have to acknowledge that. But as far as the United States goes, like where a lot of these debates are happening, there is equality in the workplace. In the home is different too, but you know, I would say, again, it's another hard one to really, I would almost agree that there's not equality in the home, but I think for the most part, I think a lot of homes in the US especially have a very balanced relationship, and like it's a symbiotic one, at least the healthy ones anyway. Again, you can't speak for every single person out there, every single couple.
I mean, my company.
You have to, you self-teach and you self-mentor and you buddy up with someone who will tell you to, but they're not.
Good to see you, Sonia. How's it going?
My company they actually just reminded us at the last regional meeting we had. Remember my company I work for, it's worldwide, right? We've got different regions, and they actually just reminded us that, hey, we pay for your PMO if you're interested. Like they're my company is very big into investing in their employees. PMO? Actually, this is kind of the best company that I've ever worked for, but we don't have our values rooted in American policies and American values. It's rooted in like headquarters is in New Zealand. So like,
oh, okay. Yeah.
We get,
I was going to say,
way more paternity leave. Men get maternity leave. Men get paternity leave paid. We have like cool, they pay for self-education. They pay for certifications. They do the necessary research that they need to close that man-woman pay gap, a pay gap that we have. They actually have analysts that is their sole job, is to do those kind of researches and those kind of things for their employees.
I would be willing to bet, as many people have said in the past, is that pay gap is because they take an average of all of the jobs that men and women do. That is why you're seeing a gap, because women tend to choose lower paying jobs. They take more time off to be with their kids, maternity leave, blah. Like, whoever's doing the statistics surrounding it are not doing it properly.
Are on our Wednesday instead.
Oh, that's like, holy shit, monkeys.
I mean, my company even observed.
Just think about it. This has been said many times by different people smarter than me. If the pay gap existed, if women were actually getting paid 75 cents on the dollar, companies would hire women for the cheaper labor. That's not what we're seeing. It's what's being told to us is that women are getting paid less, but we're not hiring enough women. That doesn't make any sense at all. 0 cents from an employability standpoint, like, or from the bottom line. The most controllable cost in a company is labor costs. You have direct control over labor costs and how much time someone's working, blah, 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 blah. You don't employ people or you don't have people work any more than they're supposed to. If you're good at what you do and you're good at controlling these costs to make more money, you will hire people for less to do the same job. It's not what we're seeing.
everything that you can possibly think of because we're a worldwide company.
But it seems like to me though, ever since the whole COVID thing, in order for companies to keep people, a lot of companies are going towards like what employees are looking for now to try to help retain employees too. So, which in turn, the
But
whole COVID thing could have been a good thing.
It's
true,
all
Pike.
about work wellness. You need to have this work life balance in order to be your best at each thing, in order to be your best at life, in order to be your best at your job. You have to have that work well balance. And I think my company has recognized that. These are things that they were doing before COVID. The thing that my company implemented since COVID is a work from home option. If you don't feel like going to the office because you're not feeling it that week, then work from home.
The work
We're
from
okay
home
with it.
option, I think.
Well,
is
but it's kind of
answer.
hard for the trades to work from home. But
Yeah,
like-
those kind of things. Yeah.
Yeah.
My company is a software. I work for a software based
okay.
company. So
Of course.
we can do our job anywhere in the
Of
world.
course, you work for a software
But
based
I-
company.
yeah,
As
I
long
like
as we have
my
internet
company.
connection.
I like my company because we went from 10-hour shifts to 12-hour shifts, but and a
4
swing
days.
week. Yeah, so it's 1 week we'll work 4 on.
Yeah, it's a good point, Eric. Work life balance is your responsibility, not your employer. The only caveat to that, and it's not even a caveat, but like your workload is certainly on your employer. There's a lot of employers who I think put too much of a workload on certain positions, and the expectations are high, so people feel as if they can't balance work and life. But when you work, if you're a 9 to 5 employee, clock in, you clock out, you're done. You have no obligation to do work after that. People who do that are kind of stupid at the end of the day, because you need to be done when you're clocked out. You have no obligation to do anything after that. Same thing with me. Like my job does extend into the after hours a little bit, but I generally put my phone on silent after a certain point because I don't want to talk anymore. I'm not obligated to talk, make appointments, anything. I do that during the workday. That's it. When I have free time, I take my time out.
We actually just did a big worldwide company transformation where we had to.
I don't
We had
care
to do
about
some
like,
layoffs.
I'll be honest, I don't care about this woman's like anecdotal like story here because it's not like furthering the debate. I don't really care about this individual experience. But I mean, whatever. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, we're all just sort of talking about what we know. And these people know their life story. They don't know the broader picture. A lot of them do.
The company was laid off.
That's why I work in. That's why I like working in a bakery because people always need bread. So
We have
I'm a buddy, yo
rehired a couple
bread.
of those people that got laid off within the past like couple of weeks, but that was like 6 months ago that layoff was.
Yeah, I fully admit at this point at my age, I couldn't do. I can't actually. I don't know what I couldn't do. I do know that I have ruined my body sitting at a desk for 30 years.
So change it.
I've just
Why are
broken
you-
it in new and exciting ways that people can't even fathom.
Why do you?
Because I'm 5 feet tall, and chairs and desks and tables and
Mhm.
things don't fit me. So I have shoulder issues and
I have sciatica
kinds-
issues because of that. I'm
'Cause of
short, I'm only
sitting.
5 feet
Yeah.
too. Yeah,
yeah, because
I'm
you
only
can't.
5 feet too.
Yeah, the world's not made for us, and ergonomics just doesn't exist.
Oh my God! the
my friends
world's
pick on me.
not
They-
made for
they
you.
Wiggle their feet because I can't touch the ground. I'm like, shut up.
but Xander, so you said you like bread. Imagine this: being able to take loads of bread home.
Oh my God, we're not even talking-
every day.
We're not even talking about the issue at hand here. These are all just friends now. The world's not made for me. I'm short. Oh my God.
Pay for bread at all. We make bread, hamburger buns, hot dog buns, bagels, all of that shit.
Did you say amber buns?
Hamburger.
Kaylee,
Hamburger.
Haley.
Oh, hamburger buns.
Kaylee, are you there? Can you hear me?
Please leave a message.
Haley, can you hear me?
Do you want to come and play?
Richard,
Anyway,
I want to know
whenever-
specifics of. I'm sorry.
When Kaylee comes back, can you guys just let her know I've got to hop for a meeting, and I will give her a call later on today. Thank you.
Definitely. Yeah. Hey, Richard,
Have
I want
fun.
to know what specifically industries are women like purposely taking over from men? Like, first off, you're not owed a job, so there's that.
Yeah.
But I want to know specifically what jobs we're taking from you. I mean, do you think you could do my job or Amber's job or Deb's job?
Okay, I requested to be in.
Fuck
Someone
all
left.
that.
Yeah, fuck all that tedious shit, right? Like, I mean, yeah, I'm a mechanic, I'm a machine repairman, and that shit's tedious. But numbers,
No, I
and
mean, like,
shit,
you do
no,
what you
fuck
like.
that.
You do what you like. I
Fuck
mean,
that numbers
nobody.
crunching shit.
Oh, I don't crunch numbers. Well, sometimes I do.
thought I was getting actually good with budgets.
Yeah.
I have to look at
I mean,
tax returns and whatnot.
I guess my history and my experience helps out there.
I'm reviewing medical documentation and telling doctors that they're doing it.
I'm Tank. Women actually did have to work. Do you remember a thing called World War II when basically all the men got drafted, and in order to keep the United States and society running in the United States, women had to fulfill those roles. So
Suffrage
yes,
already
women
ended.
did.
Suffrage ended
I'm
before
just-
World War II.
I'm over here trying to think of a time when a one household salary was actually truly feasible.
Well,
Uh,
I
that's
can't
the-
think of it.
That's the thing. He's
Up in-
thinking of upper middle class white women not working. But if you go and look at people of color and women who were living below the poverty line or on the lower end of middle, they had to work. So for you to sit there and think that all women sat at home and just were homemakers, that's not true.
I'm thinking of like Midwestern traditionalism, like, you know, not upper middle class white people, but you know, where the household participated in somewhat self-sufficient strategies, where the woman would be in charge of tending to gardens and stuff along with the children, while the man would do something along the lines either related to agricultural and or local industrial export. Like I don't
My
know
grandma still
what.
worked.
What's up?
We're Midwest. I said my grandma still worked and we're Midwest.
I'd say the '90s. Really, the
My
90s
grandmother
was
worked her
really-
whole life.
The '90s was really the last actual decade to where, like, because I remember my dad worked at the steel mill around here, and my mom stayed at home, raised us, and did the womanly duties, and we lived we didn't live an extravagant life, but we lived a life to where my mom could stay at home and raise me and my brother.
My dad made enough for that as well because my parents had the three of us really close, and it wasn't feasible for like childcare and all of that. But I'm gonna tell you now, looking back, we weren't any kind of stable. We were pretty poor actually, and it didn't make sense for my mom to work because she would have just worked to pay for childcare costs. So we struggled. But if we actually look back and analyze it, we weren't good off. We were poor. We took advantage. My parents took advantage of the food stamps and all of the assistance and all of that kind of shit because it was just a one income household, and that was the '90s. I was a child in the '90s. That was my dad owning his own business too.
Little Dicky, welcome up. Are you gonna unmute now?
Ooh, buddy.
Oh, little Dickie's here.
Yeah, our friend Little Dicky, right? And I love it when people say I'm a white knight. I'd say I'm not. Some of the shit y'all are saying I don't agree with, but I can be respectful.
And we appreciate
His
that.
delivery.
You know?
That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's
I
his
mean, I could be
delivery. It's how
respectful.
he's delivering the message. It is the problem. You can disagree and have civil discourse, but this dude's diarrhea out his mouth
Yeah.
is what gets his ass in trouble.
Oh yeah,
Does he know how to unmute himself?
probably
I don't have the
not.
option to invite him to unmute. So
No, he talks about our intelligence and can't even figure out how to mute a damn mic. Go sit back.
Come on, Richard, unmute yourself. You know how. You've been on this app for 3 years. Come on now. You said you've been.
Richard has been invited to turn his mic on multiple times by myself and several mods.
Ooh.
Oh, Kaylee, we were to tell you that Angel had to hop off for a meeting and then she will call you.
Okay, thank you.
I just have
no,
a
we really
question.
cannot hear you.
No, you're
showing
muted, you dumb shit.
Oh man.
Richard, you're still muted. It says that you're muted.
Well,
at the bottom, the little microphone button that
There
has a
you
line
go.
through
Good
it,
job.
just
There you
click
go.
unmute.
Okay, you're unmuted now. It shows when you're talking because your box lights up. We know that you aren't saying anything.
They can wait my turn. That's why.
It's your turn. Speak.
This is clickbait. You people are disgusting, and no one has mentioned anything I put in the comments about men and women actually being equal.
Damn it, go on.
Well, we're not paying attention to comments. So, what were you saying about men and women being equal?
We go to work, we raise kids. The only thing we can't do is have babies. Are you saying men should have babies?
Well,
Love it if men could have babies.
I would love it if you guys could have babies.
Yeah, I wish we could just like transplant babies into your body and let you go through the miracle that they call birth.
But see,
I've never seen anything like this. Can you please respond to what I said?
they literally just responded. Men can't
Yes,
have
by
babies.
saying
What's
they
your
would
point?
love men to have babies. I've been listening to you. You're ridiculous. And the only thing I responded to was that bi person crying about everything.
It sounds like you're the one. You're the one crying.
The
You've
only
been
thing
projecting this
the
whole
only thing I'm
time,
crying
dude.
about is this hitting my page today. Normally,
Then
I'm
why
on
are
for
you
about
here?
an hour. I watch parkour videos and supercross.
Ooh,
Wow.
parkour, why are
You know, you could have
here?
just scrolled on. You didn't have to stay in here.
I
Like
want
you're free
Richard
to
to
leave.
have
Nobody
my
is
baby.
forcing you to be here.
I'll tell you why I stayed. I'll tell you why I stayed. I told that person to grow up. I imagined every one of you were children. When I heard adult voices, my stomach got sick.
Oh, boo hoo hoo. Wah.
Stomach got sick. You should go see a doctor, you know. You might have diverticulitis.
So the reality of it, we do live in a very diverse world. We should come together.
Kaylee, I have to go hop on a meeting. I'll be back.
Wow, that was
Okay, thank
important.
you.
Hi, Amber.
You guys are tearing people apart for TikTok gifts. It's disgusting.
Who's
How
tearing who
tearing
apart?
people?
Well,
Yeah, who's
here, can
tearing
I say
people
something?
apart?
Can I say something? I
Hey,
don't,
men
Sure.
and women, let's come up and argue about life not being equal.
I
And while
don't,
we're at it, like the live and some roses.
Nobody's arguing that.
I don't,
Nobody's arguing. We're
I
just
don't,
having.
I don't disagree with Richard in that, like, I think a lot of these lives are meant to just divide people. I think a lot of these are clickbait in that they want people to stick around because it serves them, it gives them likes, it gives. I mean, this one isn't as like crazy as a lot of them, but it's something that is a real issue.
Are you the same guy that? Are you the same guy that came up and reflected what I was saying, only did it in a way that women would maybe understand, and then called women ugly? Was that you?
No, I've never been to this
No,
live
that was
before.
rude.
But I think
No, that was somebody.
because like
Wait,
I mean,
then
it's
you're probably a troll too.
who me?
Yeah.
I'm not a troll. I
Hey,
came here to have a
hold on
legitimate
second.
conversation.
Is this go on?
No.
Well, if you get here and you disagree, these people will attack you right off the bat.
That's
and
fine. I
then
mean,
they will call you a
I'm
troll.
that's fine. They can disagree with me. They can yell at me. Everyone's yelled at me or kicked me because they didn't like what I said. I do think that
You
at some
guys,
point
it's
people need to
not.
reach across the
You have a
aisle to.
so you have a real opinion.
Well, yeah. I mean, isn't that why people are here? I mean, I don't know. You don't have a real opinion. Why waste your time here?
Because you got to give TikTok roses. I've already said that. They're not here for a conversation. I've tried very hard in the comments only to be attacked by
Well,
these
comment.
people.
Yeah, you'll never
I
get
told them to
anywhere in a
grow up.
comment. You got to do it in the voice. I mean, no one's reading the comment except for the people in the
first
comments.
time I came up, they pretended they didn't hear me and then talked over me and laughed at me and then dropped me.
No, you were muted the whole time I was in the live. You stayed muted and were muted the whole time you were in the box. So try.
Never participated in these lives. In fact, I didn't know you could be
Oh,
muted
I'm
in
not
the
defending
comments.
Richard.
And I'll
my
laugh
gosh,
at you
Richard.
again.
That was
Go
the
on
other
is
thing
helping
that
his
person-
kid with
That's the
project
other
right
thing
now.
the person did is they
That's how I
muted
know
me
it's not
when
him.
I was trying to
You
speak
know,
in the
it's
comments.
definitely not go on.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Go on's with his kid helping with his kid's project before school because you waited until this morning to do it. So
Why do you guys have these personal conversations over other people trying to speak? And then you say, go on, and I do, and you still speak.
The way you sound like go on and the fact that you act like you go on is why we think or go on?
Who is Go
Go
On?
On's a person.
Well,
Go
can
On
I
is a
can I
person.
suggest
Yeah,
we just get back to the
the way
topics,
you're
or
talking.
I mean,
and
So
let me
when
put
you
it
say
on
go
to-
on, you're not telling me to continue.
No, we're talking
No,
about an
it's
actual
a
person.
Oh my
person.
goodness, dude! Come on, come on, come on. You can't. You got to change the syntax. Like you can't just change. Like you got to change the cadence of your speech if you want to be believable. Like I mean, because you did
What
good
I
with
was
the
just
voice. Like
about to
going with the deeper
say.
voice. Like it almost got me, but you have the same cadence like in your speech, and you express more on certain words. Like the beginning, specifically the beginning syllable of the first word of the
Is this the
sentence.
guy talking to me in the comments earlier?
Go on, shut up. Yes, this is the guy who called the girls ugly.
On versus go on.
I think a hint of
Perfect.
a Valley Girl would
I
zhuzh
already
it up
told
quite
you,
nicely.
and I tried to tell the
Valley
guy
girl.
on.
Do the Valley girl.
If you disagree, you are a troll, right? So I told you in the comments, don't engage with me if I'm a troll. And yeah, guy, turns
Oh,
out
Okay,
go
go
on
on.
is a
I totally
go on is a person.
Okay, I'm gonna bounce out.
get back.
I gotta go. I totally missed that. Sorry,
Why
friendly
are you
fire.
so angry, Richard? I want to know this. Why are you so angry? Like,
Why are you so angry? Go on.
because I don't agree with the women on this panel, and they haven't attacked me or called me a troll because I'm respectful. See, there's a difference.
So me not sugarcoating the truth is disrespectful.
No, it's the way you state your points, right? I mean, you can be respectful.
It doesn't make it less true, though.
With stating. No.
I mean, just because you're offended by it doesn't mean that he's not right in what he's saying.
This display my disrespect. Do that.
And I think the only thing on that list of topics is that there's not equality in the world. Like, I mean, I think that's a no-brainer. But I think the other two, I think, are just. I think there's equality in the workplace and at home. But I mean, if you go through every single home and, like, I've heard people say, well, not in my home. Like, I grew up like this, and it's like, well, no one really cares because it's not. You don't represent the broader. You don't represent the broader. Like spectrum of people, like when we take the overall average of what's happened in history, and we're talking present day. We're not talking in Midwest 1930s Dust Bowl. Like we're talking, today in 2024, equality exists in the workplace. And if it doesn't, that's wrong. Like if someone is mistreated, male or female, then I think everybody on this panel can agree that that's bad. But the overarching experience that people are having is equality of opportunity, which is like the best it's ever been.
Well, I would have to disagree with equality in the workplace, and the reason why I say that is because if you have a physically demanding job and you have a man that can lift, I don't know, say a 100-pound motor, but a woman can't lift that 100-pound motor, the man's going to have to step up and assist her to lift that 100-pound motor, right? So there, that's not equality in the workplace.
But let's be honest, though. It's not like you guys don't have pulleys and levers and machinery to help you do this heavy lifting.
At my job, there's some places where we can't get pulleys and levers and all that.
Let me ask you this, though.
Your employer doesn't have like a buddy, like a safety program where you have to have buddy lifts? Or are you guys just not following safety rules? Because most places have buddy lift requirements where you're not allowed to deadlift something huge.
Well, and are you saying too, like the men just stand to the side and laugh at the woman trying to lift a 100-pound motor? Like that's not what's happening.
Yeah.
Well, no, but no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, again, if you have to lift, if there's no other available mechanics, yeah, we have to manually lift at times these motors and these parts to fix the equipment by ourselves. Yeah.
Well, there's also a description in it. When you take a job, when you apply for a job, there's always a line that says somewhere in a lot of these jobs, you need to be able to lift at least 100 pounds, 50 pounds regularly, be on your feet for 8 hours a day. You're signing saying that you're capable of doing that. and everybody is doing that. There's not a line in there that says if you're a woman, you need to be able to lift 100 pounds. If you're a man, we only need you to lift 50 pounds. Like that. That's what I'm saying is that equality does exist in the workplace nowadays. Most companies, if not all of them, are required to provide any assistance that someone may need to perform their job. So again, there's equality in the workplace.
I have a question from Goan in the comments. He's wanting to know: do you mean equality or equitable? Do you mean equal or equitable?
No, equality
To
of
me,
Oh.
or
Yes.
well, I believe in equality, not equity. I believe that everybody should have the same opportunity to get a job, but I don't believe that everybody should be able to get the job if they can't meet the requirements.
Yeah, and that's what exists now.
Can I point out though that not all men can lift 100 pounds?
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right, and
So,
they can.
I mean, so to generalize that all men can do that and say that no women can lift 100, because there's plenty of women who
I never-
weightlift and that can lift 150 pounds, no problem.
When did I say that every man can lift 150 pounds? That
Well, no, I'm sorry. Maybe I just misunderstood. I was thinking because the way you were saying it, if
At
if a
my
woman
job.
can't lift 150 pounds, then she'll have to get help from a guy. But
Yeah.
not to say
She
that
would.
the guy can lift 150 pounds either. That's what
Well,
I'm saying.
I mean, and obviously it is rare, and I will say it is rare that you do have to deadlift that kind of weight at my job, but we still have to, right? We still have to get the job done no matter what. So I mean, again, if there's nobody available and you have to get the job done, sometimes jobs can't wait, so you do have to bend the rules a little bit.
And,
Yep,
yeah,
that
you're bending
happens. You
rules.
definitely have to. But there's some stuff in the chat here. Go on wants to talk to this guy. What do you want? Go on.
Richard.
Go. There goes Richard. Richard bailed. Scared to go on.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dawn. I didn't know you weren't talking to me. I thought you were talking to me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, what's up,
My bad.
Yeah, bro, you made Richard leave.
I'm sorry.
We're
I
just
didn't mean
chilling,
to make
debating
Richard.
on
Richard, come back. I'll shut up.
on TikTok. So what is this live like talking about? Are we talking about equality of outcomes or equality of opportunities?
Probably both.
I don't think you can
Because we
have
have to
both.
explain the difference all the time.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Because I don't think you can have both. You can have equality of opportunity, but you can't force the same. You can't force outcomes to be the same. That's why like DEI stuff doesn't work. It doesn't produce what it's intended to produce. And if you don't believe me, just look at Disney. And that's why I think starting and understanding like where you guys are coming from is important. Like I think in 2024 we've seen equality of opportunity at almost every turn, and then the places that are not offering that, we nip in the butt almost right away, because even the staunchest Republican could probably agree that everyone should have the opportunity to get a job. Every woman and man should be able to apply for whatever job they want, given that they have the qualifications to do so, and then have that equal opportunity. But we can't expect that there to be equal outcomes like 50-50 men and women in jobs. It's just not going to happen, because we just choose different. We choose
I
different
don't
paths.
think I've ever heard anyone demand that. Though. Sorry, Parrot. I don't think I've ever heard anyone demand that. I think it's just said that
What the?
there's
Oh, okay. The live has ended. Goodbye.
To lose their lives way more than that.
So that was fun. So they ended their live. I don't even know who that was. What is this? It looks like they're watching someone else live. Is abortion murder? We always like these. Oh, this person is pro-life. interesting. Right? Everyone's like, I don't know how to respond to this. I'm out of here. Oh man, that's funny. Yeah, what's up, Nasmer? You like these streams? I like these streams too. They're fun. I'm just trying to find a new one. New series, childhood loss. What traumas are associated with parental loss in childhood? Ooh, I have no idea. I do not want to get into that. Debate me. Veganism is based. Criminalized ear cropping tail. Whatever. Nope. These first time I've seen someone win a TikTok debate. Let's go. What's this guy talking about? Why is this and worse? The response: women, women speak. What? Man or bear?
You think my stats are wrong? I don't really appeal to stats. I simply I appeal to stats when it's necessary, but I just refute the stats of when you say when people come up and say well, men are more likely to attack women. Well, that's a stupid argument to use because women encounter more men than bears.
But I haven't gone against that. I would still choose a man because I do think that, for example, like if it was like a grizzly bear or a polar bear, like, then yeah, I'm probably not going to have much chance or whatever. But what I will say is I'd feel at high risk no matter what the option was. Like, that's the thing that I think you've got.
Can someone explain this whole thing to me? Does anybody understand what the whole man versus bear thing? Like, what is? So they're trying to say, I'd rather be around a bear than a man, and people are actually unironically choosing bear. Is that real? That's what people are arguing. Like, that's insane. Adults are not entitled to empathy. Hold on.
And if that Sainsbury's was filled with grizzlies and polar bears, I'd run out and I'd call the military. Like, fuck the police. It'd be the military.
Yeah,
You know
I've
what I'm
agreed
saying?
with that though, but it's more just that I think when it comes to even, because this is, let's be real here, the whole debate is kind of like based around that gender divide, like between women and men, because we're asking women what they would choose. So I think, yeah, you're talking about people in general, but that's not really the question I'm asking. It's more like, for example, even if it was between a woman and a man, like, I don't want to sound like I'm coming across rude or blunt, but for you to pick not the women would actually be like a bit silly because based on statistics,
I just said I would pick the woman.
Like one in, I don't even know
I
how
did
many,
say I'd
but
pick the woman.
men are raped
I did.
like by other men.
Yeah, wait, we can't say that. We can't say the R word. We have to say SA. But I already said to you, I'd pick the woman over the bear.
But okay, so then what about a man and a woman?
I'd pick the woman over the man.
And why is that?
Because statistically, a man is more likely to harm me than a woman.
Okay, but that's
I
all
think
it is.
I think men
there's
have.
a lot of...
Also, there's a biological difference, right? I have the biological gap between me and a woman because I'm stronger and faster. I can escape. I can fight back. The man, I can do that as well, but my odds of winning against the average man are going to be a lot lower. Like a man could overpower me. I think it's very
Sounds
hard
like a
for
beta.
the average woman to overpower the average man.
But is that your only reason?
Yeah, biological differences. The fact men are more dangerous, I would say. I mean, I don't think it's.
I don't know if I really care to get into this. This just seems like it. I don't know. It just seems like it just seems like a no-brainer to me. I don't know. Like, I don't know. There's got to be someone better in here. Maybe thinking is abuse. Ooh, respect all pronouns. Pro-choice, break cycles, educate yourself, spread love, equal rights for all citizens. Ooh. This looks like fun.
Room because my house is built in the 50s and it's too small.
Mhm.
So we usually just eat in the living room. We have like little tray tables that we use.
Mhm.
But now my daughter's been sitting on a shoe rack because it's like the perfect height for her that's by the couch and by the front door. So now she has her own little table and chairs and it's the bomb.
Aw.
Nice, Mike.
Anyway, did I ignore them too long? The Hagsworth in the comments. Why are you requesting to come up in my live? Yeah. Like you don't care. You have the right to call yourself anything you want. Don't force it on me. And you can just be kind to another person.
The Hagsworth.
We're trying to call you what you want.
Exactly.
You have to let us know what that is.
Yeah. Don't force it on me. They act like we have them tied to a chair. Seriously.
I mean, you can also scroll on.
Yep. You
If you're
can
that
move right
pressed.
along. You don't have to hang out. It's all good.
Oh, no.
That pressed over basic English grammar.
And they're telling
So
me
weird.
that I'm triggered. It sounds like they're a
Smash
heck
that
of a
like
lot more
button, guys. Let's
triggered
get
to
some
come
likes
into
in
the
here. We
live
got
and
10
make
people. Let's
comments.
get 10 likes. Let's do it.
This child is going to sleep on me. I knew that was going to happen.
Now you're stuck there forever.
Yep, I have toddler paralysis. Actually, my name is Heather, Bert, but okay.
Oh, and we'll make it really easy for you. My name is Heather
The
too.
Hagsworth.
You don't
Right.
even have to you just have to remember one name.
Just want to have a respectful conversation about what the Hagsworth.
What the hell is...
The basic English is not calling a woman he, him. I agree. But if a woman is asking you to call them she, her, then it's okay to do that, and that includes trans women.
Oh, man.
Double Heathers, absolutely. If there
Should
was
give the
one more
username
in
if
here,
you
it
join
would
one
be an
so I
80s
can
movie
see the
made in
chat.
heaven.
It's, let's see. If I get in there, I will.
I don't want to be the blonde one.
The
Me
one I'm
neither.
looking at right now, this is her name.
It was actually kind of a creepy movie. I don't know that I want to be any of them, but they made it a thing.
If you guys want to look
There's
on...
like 4 other Heathers that come in here. Where's one of them?
I know, right?
You guys want to look? That's her TikTok
Triple
name.
threat for the win. Multiple personalities? Nope. Everyone usually just goes by a main one around me. Oh, is Triflin's first name, is Trisha's first name Heather too?
Thanks.
We need an army of Heathers. I agree. Ash, go cuddle, please, in your chair. Oh no. So Trish is in here. She's the third Heather. There we go. Ash, I said cuddle.
Please.
Trisha's one too?
Acknowledge.
Oh, Blue, did you go and see Stoner Gump?
Acknowledge.
Apparently, Trish is. Trish is
Love it.
her online name.
Just not even paying attention.
Okay.
You want to know what I want to talk
See,
about, but
just
then
another reason
ignore.
why I love her.
Ignore.
And did you follow him, Blue? Because he's totally worth it. He's awesome.
Here, I'll follow you just so you maybe see.
Oh, he's hysterical.
I love Stoner Gump.
Oh, wait a minute. T-Fang316. I leave pronouns out. I will ask you your name. Tell me your name, and I will call you that. That is 7 pronouns in that one sentence.
But he don't pronoun.
You didn't leave any pronouns out. You put all the pronouns in there.
How does it feel to not be able to argue the point and then become the point at the same time?
Or how about walking right up to the point and then banging your head on it?
Right? No, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's like,
Jeepers
you want to know
creepers.
what I want to talk about? Well, here it is. And
T-Vang just
Ugh.
used 7 pronouns in one sentence. That's even a bit much for me.
Easy on the pronouns. Leave some for the rest of us.
Right? Are you pro-choice, the Hagsworth?
no,
That's so funny. All my friends are pronouns. How can I be against them? Good question. No more pro-life? What does that mean? You're more pro-life? Then you're not coming up in my box. So thank you.
what? Then what is the then what?
Ay,
Can't.
ay, ay. I'll tell ya. Oh,
I
shoot,
know.
it's supposed to rain. Okay. Nope. That gives me an excuse to be lazy for the next 2 hours and finish
All
what
right,
I'm
well
doing here
that
before
makes it
going to the
easy.
greenhouse.
Next,
There you
where is
go.
this? Unfollow. I don't want to.
So, my live later on today, I did one this morning on, Project 2025 and Agenda 47.
Uh-huh.
And that was kind of, and I really, I had to end it because I just didn't really. Well, one, I was supposed to have girlfriends over and they rescheduled.
Usually
to
these
Thursday,
lives
so
are
there's
like
that.
for
F them,
opposition.
they suck. But it was so I don't like doing the political stuff. I can, I'm versed on it, but it just brings in the grossest people, right?
Uh-huh.
So I'm gonna do one later. Did you hear about the National Pregnancy Registry that Katie Britt's trying to
She said in a
Oh, come
comment.
on now.
enact?
No. What
She
is
said in a
that?
comment.
Yeah, so they're trying to
Nope,
put it
not a
on.
debate
It's
space on
the
women's rights.
robotic
Okay, no
overacting
problem.
stuff.
See you
for
later.
First past the post issue.
See what we
Saying
got.
he can get a dating for real. I just instantly didn't like him anymore. I just did.
Hyperemesis affecting pregnancy. Like, what else do you want? She basically said I didn't have it because I told her, she was like, HG should be a medical exception. And I was like, okay, well, I had severe HG and I didn't abort my child. And she got fucking pissed about that. She's like, no, you didn't. Like, okay.
Hey, Emily, go ahead and request to come back up.
That honestly sounds awful.
I don't even know what
Okay.
that's.
Mother's Day.
Ugh. I'm trying to find a good live. Hold on. I'll mute this so it's not don't care about that. Don't care about that. Is capitalism immoral? Exploitation and performativity is unethical and destructive. What? I don't want to engage with that person. Sorry, I'm just trying to find another live to get into here. Best female Warzone player. Don't care. Oh, there's another man or bear stream. Some of these have so many people. Can you... What does this say? Can you believe? Convince me? Religion, morality, free will, evolution? Whatever. Name a Republican policy that helps women forced to stay pregnant. Should women get life in prison for abortion? Is forcing birth constitutional? Oh, man. Rovember is coming. Vote blue to preserve your rights. Show your strength. Real men support women's rights. Ooh, real men, huh? Hold on, I gotta run to the bathroom real fast. I'll be right back. Give me a moment. All right. Dear God, was he wearing? I'm not wearing cargo shorts. Shut up. See if we can get in this.
They're not going to be arguing about the same inane stuff that we argue about on a daily basis, basic human rights. They're going to be more in survival mode if we don't start passing legislation that actually leads to a viable future for the majority of the people who live. And when times get tough, shit really hits the fan. I hope it doesn't happen in my kid's lifetime or my grandkids' lifetime, but the least advantaged people are not going to make it. They're just not.
Well, you're talking about drinking water. I mean, right now there's cities all across the United States that are being privatized, where drinking waters and sewer systems are being privatized, and no one knows about it. And their water bills are skyrocketing because these private companies are ripping everyone else, gouging them like every other corporation is. So with Trump and the courts, this bullshit, good cop, bad cop crap, while they're passing all these laws and privatizing.
Exactly. And the person in the comments that said they're not tracking you, why do you think parents have advised their kids to delete these tracking apps off of their phone? Get rid of these apps that help you track your monthly, that help you to tell you when you're going to expect that thing to come along, and start writing it down on a piece of paper or on a notebook at home. Because we don't want anybody to be able to hack your electronics, get a warrant for your phone or through Apple or through any of those things and figure it out. All it takes now is a warrant from any attorney in your state on any case. All they got to do is throw a case number on that subpoena and send that thing through a fax, and your doctor has to give them information.
You better get a
And I don't
landline
know
then.
how a girl would prove that she in fact had a miscarriage and didn't.
Okay, this is about. It says Rovember is coming. Vote blue to preserve your rights. Show your strength.
Child. How could you and her prove that it was an accident and not intentional? There's just no way. There's just no way. So you're going to have innocent children who have, or innocent women who have problems, who are going to not be able to prove that they didn't intentionally do this.
We've already got that in states where they want to charge women for intentionally harming a pregnancy.
Well, that's why this Supreme Court case, the Idaho Defense of Life Act that's been challenged by the Biden administration, is really an important piece of. It's really one of the most vital things happening right now in front of the Supreme Court, where there's women, and if this is allowed to stand, are not going to be able to get proper health care. I mean, you got 20% of people that show up to the ER have a pregnancy-related issue, and in these states, these doctors are turning women away. They don't want to deal with it because they can be held criminally liable if they perform any kind of like AB procedure in these states. And you have doctors fleeing the states. Like Chewy was up there earlier talking about healthcare desert for women. In these states, doctors are just leaving. They're not gonna chance going to jail or losing their license when they're trying to provide health care, and it goes against their own ethics and morals that they have as a person to not treat these women.
Yeah, you can't blame them. They went to school. They went to school, spent $250,000 getting an education to be able to do this for the rest of their life, to provide health care, and now you're telling them that health care that they're going to provide is breaking the law, and they're going to lose their license and possibly their freedom?
What is? Can I ask?
I would have been gone.
Can I ask a question? Because I'm here as like opposition to this. Or not.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I mean, not like. I mean, I just want to have a good conversation. I'm not here to like badmouth anyone. What is considered proper health care here? Because when I think in my head, proper health care, if there's an actual issue like during pregnancy, doctors are allowed to perform that. But if it's just someone being like, I don't want to be pregnant anymore, I need to get rid of this baby, that's not health care in my opinion.
But do you think that's happening? Do you think women are
Sometimes,
walking
yes.
in when they're visibly pregnant and doing? You
Sometimes.
know women at your work or school or job who looked pregnant and then wasn't, and you don't know what happened, and you think
No, it doesn't
she just
matter
went
what
in
I've
and wanted
seen.
to fit better in her dress.
It doesn't matter
It's
what
not.
I've
Let me
seen.
just
It
ask
does
you.
matter
like
though because
like
you're
drive-through.
Shag,
perpetuating myths that aren't true.
Yeah, but just because I haven't
Shag,
seen it doesn't.
let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Shag, let
Yeah.
me ask you a question.
Sure. Of course.
Do you feel do you have internal body parts inside of your body?
No, I am a meat
It's a
popsicle.
pretty simple question. You either have them or you don't.
Yes, of course I do. What kind of question is that?
Do you feel like you have absolute right to all of those organs inside of your body?
Yep.
Why do you feel like it's different for a woman?
Because that is a different, separate human with its own unique genetic code.
Yeah, and then why do you think that a woman should be forced to host said fetus?
Well, I think it's a really difficult question to answer in that, like, I think a woman should have the ability to protect herself and with her own methods when these things are happening. So if something really bad is happening,
Do you think that carrying a fetus and birthing a fetus out of your body is a life-threatening process?
For the most part, no.
Every time.
Really? Okay, hold on, stop. So that's not true. You need to do a little bit of
Wait, hold on.
A little bit of research.
Wait, you're asking. Repeat your question. I want to make sure I heard it properly. Go ahead and repeat your question.
Is a woman from the start of the process to the finish, from conception to birth?
Yeah.
Is that process life-threatening for the woman who's hosting said fetus?
So you're asking, is pregnancy, your pregnancy, right?
Life is that a life-threatening process? Do women actually pass away and lose their ability to live trying to give birth to a child?
Yes, people. People die from having a cold too. Like, I mean, yes. Pregnancy.
I guess that.
Pregnancy is a very.
I'm not trying to restrict. I'm not trying to restrict people from going to the doctor and getting treatment for said cold that could become life-threatening.
No, listen, brother.
That doesn't hold any water here.
It's very rare that pregnancies are fatal. It doesn't happen.
It's rare.
Rare.
Yeah, it is
rare.
What do you think the percentages is? And I'm gonna let Rosebud tell you the percentages, or any other woman on here, because they can tell you how life-threatening this process actually is. So what do you think the percentage is of women that have not only have severe complications with pregnancy, doesn't have to cause them to, say, pass away, but severe complications with the pregnancy process? What do you think?
Well, now you're talking about something different.
Women that have complications. I'm talking
You
about.
just shifted
Oh,
the
we're
goalpost.
talking about the same thing there, small fry.
I'm talking about that if a woman like my wife had to do doesn't go on automatic bed rest, we're talking about life-threatening things here.
All right. So in 2021, listen, in 2021, 1,205 women died in childbirth. There you go.
Oh, and that's not enough for you.
No,
how
that's
many
you know
women
how small.
died?
How many people gave birth then? You know what I mean? Like you're talking about 1,200 in the total of millions. You're talking hundreds of millions of births.
Because it was only 1,200 women who tragically lost their lives trying to give birth to a child, that's not a life-threatening. That shouldn't be considered a life-threatening process.
But I mean, you're talking fractions of a percent, and
okay,
yeah, everything. But everything has its risks.
Okay, how about this?
Yeah.
What do you think has similar death rate? Like say being a coal miner. Okay, being a coal miner. What if you were forced to be a coal miner? You had to take your life into your hands every day because somebody forced you to do a life-threatening process. Would you agree with that?
Listen, I think this is no, you shouldn't be forced to do a job you don't want to do. Sometimes you have to do a job you don't want to do because you need to.
So would you consider carrying a fetus, hosting a fetus inside of your body for 9+ months? Would you consider that a stressful job?
Well, there's no doubt about it that pregnancy is hard on women. I watched my wife go through 2 brutal pregnancies.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so why do you think that? And do you think that your wife should have had the choice to take on that process?
Yes, we both agreed that to engage in sexual activity.
So your wife was lucky enough to make that choice for herself. She chose to take on the body morphing, transmorphing process of giving birth to a child. I agree with your wife being able to choose to do that. I completely get that, because it not only affects your hormones, your chemical imbalance, your body gets completely messed up. And depending on what type of birth you have, my wife had 3 C-sections. They sawed her body in half, flipped some of her organs out on a table, cut a fetus out of one of her organs, sewed it up, stuffed all of her organs back in, and sewed her back up. 3 different times. I feel like my wife, as a human being, had the right to choose if she wanted to take that process on. And that's
if you
all that I'm saying.
listen
I have
though,
the right.
Can I just respond? Yeah.
Sure.
But as an adult, as people, and this is where my argument stems from, people need to understand what is involved with asexual activity and pregnancy. If you are engaging in sex, you need to understand what it means. You understand that it can, very rare, but it can result in some really bad complications that can result in either your death or the death of the fetus, which is so sad, and no one wishes that. But you're engaging in something you know the consequences of, and because you guys are both signing that contract essentially with your love, with your participation in it, that it will happen. And if you engage in it outside of marriage, you need to understand that this might happen, contraception or not. This could happen. So just because it becomes an inconvenience for someone, I don't want to do this all of a sudden. It's
an
too late.
inconvenience to have a child?
No, it's not. It's a beautiful thing.
To be a parent?
It's a beautiful thing.
Okay, yeah. For people who should be parents, can we at least agree that everybody isn't meant to be a parent?
Yes. Don't engage in sexual activity, and don't be surprised.
So what you're saying is if you're not set up responsible to have a child, if you're not willing to be a parent, then you should be abstinent for your entire life.
You should be understanding of what will happen if you are careless during that process. And just because you don't want to doesn't mean you get to destroy another life because it's inconvenient for you.
Do you understand that every time that you speak, you get more and more, your views get more and more narrow-minded?
They're not. I'm actually pretty open-minded about this.
You have a very narrow-minded way of thinking about things, man. I'm just making an observation. That's not a shot on you. You just have a very inside of your own bubble way of looking at things.
Well, you haven't even we haven't really engaged long enough for you to understand me completely.
All I'm saying is no. All that I'm saying is, bro, I have no problem with you having your beliefs and your morals and your ethics and you doing what you do in your own personal life. But I'm going to explain to you, and I try to explain to people all the time, what is good for you in your own personal life is not meant to be good for everybody. That's why we live in a free, quote unquote, free society where people are free to live their life and be happy how they choose to be happy.
Yes.
And if someone chooses to be a parent, great. If you choose to be a parent, awesome. If you don't want to be a parent, but you want to engage in sex, I have no problem with you making the choice not hosting a fetus inside of your body, because it's not anything.
Why do you keep saying it like that?
I'm looking beyond my own.
Are you trying to dissociate so much?
Behind your own personal beliefs.
Why do you keep calling it
language? It's called TikTok language.
Because it is a fetus. It's not born.
You can't say pregnancy.
It's a fetus.
No,
you can't say
he was
being
talking
pregnant.
S word.
Oh my God! All right.
Next. No, it's listen. I don't agree with the rules, but I don't make up the rules.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
I like to be able to talk to people, so I've learned TikTok-friendly words.
My point of view on this whole thing is that by adopting a more open view or a more understanding view of what life is, people will be less likely to approach everything with such a nihilistic view. There's a lot that can be said for people who, if you look at life from like conception as like this is when it starts, I think you learn to value it much better, and you don't just throw it away because it's.
I think that's a theological thing. That's not a scientific.
No. Life starts at conception. That's what science says. I know
Yeah,
that.
Life cannot
It
be
is.
sustained from conception.
Guess what? My newborn can't sustain life by itself. So is it not alive?
No. I'm talking about sustaining its own. What do you mean? A newborn, when it comes out of the womb,
Yeah, it can't sustain
if it's
itself.
a viable fetus, it's going to be able to have the brain function to work its own heart and to work its own lungs, to have the higher brain function to subconsciously do these things.
Can't feed itself though.
Hey Ronnie, it's Chewy. Can I speak to this guy about his numbers just real quick?
And then I gotta let Kel's Bells go because Kel's has been on here, Mick's been on here, but I will let you go quickly, Chewy. Yes.
Okay, sir, you said how many people did you say died in childbirth last year?
No, in 2021, I said it was like
2021.
1,205.
Well, what were your numbers, sir?
1,205.
Okay, so the latest data from the CDC, which is from March of 2024, the maternal mortality rate per 100,000 pregnancies is 32.9%. So that means 32.9% of 100,000 women in this country that get pregnant unalive. Just because they do not unalive in pregnancy, no, sir, don't interrupt me.
You don't need to get mad. I was just wanted you to clarify.
They died in pregnancy. Excuse me?
I just wanted you to clarify. I'm not trying to be mean, dude. Relax.
Okay, what do you mean clarify?
Just reread what you said.
Out of 100,000 pregnancies in this country, the mortality rate is 32.9%. And what you're doing when your right-wing people are passing these laws, you are removing OBGYNs from people who are able to get care. That is why they are unaliving. You people strictly stick at this abortion. You do not understand that they are not able to get prenatal care in this country because OBGYNs are no longer working in red states because they do not want to go to jail.
Where's your evidence that
They
OBGYNs are not working in red states?
What did you say to me? What did you say?
Listen, Chewy, you need to calm down. No one's attacking you. I just want to know where you're getting your data on.
No, you're uninformed and you're ignorant. That's your problem.
Let's take Idaho. That just passed Idaho.
Thank you, Spans. That was what I was about to say. Go ahead, buddy.
Out of 44 counties in Idaho, only 22 of them now have OBYDNs in them. So that's over half the state isn't covered by doctors. You think that's, and it's directly due to the ban that Idaho put in.
I'm happy
it's creating, like Chewy had mentioned this when he was on here earlier, creating these healthcare deserts. And that's where women who are disadvantaged, who can't travel in these red states that have no exceptions for unwanted advances by family members or otherwise, and that results in a pregnancy. That action results in an unwanted pregnancy. These women who can't travel, who have no access to healthcare, are now being forced to host a fetus inside of their body, and it shares DNA with a monster now. That in some of these they have to now that monster has rights to the child, and the woman has to deal with this person for like the next 18 years. They're forced to do these things.
I just want to say that high number, that 32% that end in women, that is due to mostly them not receiving prenatal care. So when you don't receive it, your mortality rate goes up, and that's why it's high, because these are poor, rural, uneducated women that are being sacrificed here without health care in their deserts.
Right. And that ranks us 37th in the world. in the world in maternal mortality rates.
And
So
it's only gonna get worse. Right?
it's only going to get worse. You're exactly right, Speak. And you know what I do for a living, and that's
Yep.
why I am so I
I
get so
appreciate
angry when I hear people. And that's all I had to say. I'm going to drop back
I'm gonna
down
let,
so
I'm gonna
Kels
let
can
Kels
talk.
Bells go because she's been sitting there.
Yes,
so
absolutely. Thank you for letting me speak.
Yep. Thank you again.
So I
Coming
see
up.
here
Absolutely.
deaths in childbirth. Well, I see that 2023, there was approximately 680 women who died during pregnancy shortly after childbirth in the United States. That is radically different than the number that he just gave me.
Okay, FYI, that's in childbirth. All
How
the
about
other
during-
cases are
Right.
before birth.
How
You gotta
about
think
before
of
Well,
those.
that's not what we were talking about.
How
We were
about
talking
before
about.
birth?
We were talking about.
No, we were talking about is the whole
Well, that-
process. I said from hold on, man. I said from conception to birth. Those are the words that I said. Is that process life-threatening? I didn't say just the actual physically giving the birth. I said from conception to birth.
Yeah.
Is that process life-threatening?
Well, not always. No, and even according to this, it's not.
32.7% of the time it is. So if there's a 30% chance that you're gonna unalive from taking on a process, I'm sorry, but I would consider that to be life-threatening.
So there's also in 2023, it was 11.7 women per 100K that died. So they listen, like this is again, I think you're just kind of shifting the goalposts around. Like, I mean, it's
I'm not shifting the goalposts. You're not willing to listen to medical professionals. That guy Chewy that was on here
good for him.
is a medical doctor.
Good for him.
Okay, but here's the point. You admit
Okay.
that women have a risk through this whole process.
Yes.
So please let us know that we can choose to not take that risk.
No, you can't be careless ahead of time and then just be like, oh, I don't want to have it.
Okay, but mistakes, these are mistakes. We're not talking about intentional.
What's a mistake?
Birth control fails or you fail to use
Well,
it.
how many mentally ill women have children every year? How many kids and babies have been off the last couple years? Because mentally women get pregnant too, right?
And
so what are you gonna do in that case?
Yeah.
You hear a story every year of someone offing their baby.
Shaq, and first of all, we are all gonna mute because I promised Kels Bells that she could talk.
Okay.
And we still haven't allowed Kels Bells to talk. So she's been up here sitting patiently. She's been respectful. Everybody needs to mute, please. Be respectful. And I'm gonna let Kels Bells have the floor for a minute, just because she's been so patient. And she hasn't chimed in once, so she deserves a little bit of time. So welcome to the panel, Kels Bells. Finally, welcome to.
No, hi guys. I'm just sitting here having fun. No, I just wanted to ask. I got two things. Mr. Shag, why do you think that your position should be the one to be responsible for making rules about my body?
No, I don't think, because I'm protecting the body inside your body. I think people can do whatever they want. I encourage people to take a more pro-life stance. I'm not 100% pro-life. I do think there is a small grace period, but it's very, very short. But yeah, I don't care about. I mean, yeah, you should have full autonomy over your body, except for the body that's inside your body. And I think that's totally fair, because I want to protect that life.
Well, the body inside my body is not autonomous, so it has no rights.
Neither is a newborn. Your newborn will die if it does not have your assistance, just in a different way.
But anybody can take care of a newborn. The newborn does not need my body.
It's a very reductionist way of looking at it, and I just encourage people not to think of it like that.
Okay, so I'm a biochemist, and it is not your body. It is not. Period.
Yes, no, it is independent of your body. It's unique genetic code that is not yours. So it is independent.
Tumors have genetic codes.
Oh, let's not go there. Let's not go there. That is
Hold on,
you
Shaq.
and
So
I both know a biochemist.
Time out. Pause for a second. Shag, at what point do you consider the fetus growing inside of a host female body to be an independent person, free of everything?
Honestly, I think like, I mean, really, here's how I'll explain it. Just give me a second to explain it. If you engage in something, or if it happens to you, I think you have, like, I would give someone 1 to 4 weeks to, like, get that. After that, I think you're. I mean, it's confirmed.
You do know that most women don't even know they're fucking pregnant until 8 weeks, right?
Well, I guess this
moron.
would strong.
Moron on a fucking stick.
Whoa.
Moron sitting on a fucking stick that needs to take a spin.
Whoa.
The fact that your agreeable term for a woman to decide whether she wants to host a fetus is less than a month. Hold on, stop, because you have to understand why Rosebud came at you so hard. You claim to try to be like this intelligent person, but then your time frame was just less than it takes for a woman to even know that she's pregnant. Never mind get an appointment at the doctor.
Listen.
You wouldn't even be missing your period at that point.
Listen, please.
No. When you come at me with ignorance, I'm going to tell you to have a seat, young man.
I didn't come at
because you just came at me like a 5-year-old trying to take a college course.
I'm giving you my opinion on it.
And shut up. And you might want to learn something before I come at you like you came at me with a butter knife trying to rob a bank, bitch. You don't know jack fucking shit.
Everybody calm down.
Just for let the record show, I didn't resort to ad hominem, and others did.
Believe me, you don't know what ad hominem is yet.
I bet you couldn't define it.
All right, so how about this?
Anyways, let me tell you. Listen, really, what my thought on the 1 to 4 week thing was mainly surrounding like essay stuff. If something like that were to happen, I think that people need to get ahead of it immediately. I don't know how anyone could disagree with that, quite honestly. But no, you're right. There is, again, and this is a flexible thing that I think, and I'm not forcing this on anyone. Like I said, I do think. You still
haven't answered my original question that I asked you.
Sorry.
How long is a fetus inside of a uterus before it can be its independent person? Like you said, you're protecting the person inside of a person.
It is. I mean, in my opinion, it's a life from the moment of conception. So it's always an independent.
Okay, so what if the host was to stop having the ability to live? Would the independent fetus inside the woman continue to live at that point?
No. Is that a trick question? I don't.
So then, how is it if something is 100% dependent on you to survive its own survival? How is it an independent thing?
Because it's unique from the mother and the father. It's unique genetic.
Okay, I can have. Okay, so would you say that a cancerous tumor growing inside of someone's body that's technically alive formed a blood source? It grows. It does all of these things. Would you say that should have like autonomous rights too, because it's different, it's foreign to the person's body, no matter who's it in? You don't want.
At the end of the day, it ends the person's body.
No, and I'm not going to engage with that because that's absurd.
It doesn't show up and look like the people. We can use. Shagsworth, you can use the argument he's using.
Hold on, man. I will welcome you in. Hold on. I'm talking to Shags for a second. Hell's Bells is sitting there. Rosebud went at him. Hold on, man. I will get to you. I promise you. So what I'm saying is if at any point, okay, so say a woman's, say, 5-6 months pregnant, okay, and she gets into a car accident, drives off the road, goes into the woods, no one knows she's there. Unfortunately, she loses her life from the results of this car accident that she got into. All right.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't find her in a timely manner with the fetus, this own individual person, would it continue to live even though it has the brain function to do so at that point? Would it still continue to? Why? It's its own individual person.
Because higher mammals like us still require nurturing from, through its gestational stage and then afterwards. Like that's not. I mean, you're.
I'm with you on that. When do you consider something to be alive?
I've already said that.
When do you consider something to be independently alive? I consider something to be independently alive when it's breathing air through its own lungs, sustaining life on itself. Then you get a birth certificate, you get a birthday. This is like an amazing day. You get a birth certificate, your parents sign it, You're actually a live human being at that point. You get a social security card, you get protections, you get all of these things as a living human being. I feel like that's when someone's alive, when they're born.
So
don't
according to
consider
biology, that's called
I don't consider something
homeostasis.
I don't consider
Homeostasis.
something that's unborn alive.
The paperwork makes it alive.
The birthing process and it being birthed into the world. When you get your birth certificate, you're a human being at that point. Yes.
So
That seems somewhat absurd. You do realize that?
Yeah, my child was born at 25
That
weeks.
seems
2
rather
days,
absurd
so.
to make that to make that assertion. The paperwork makes you alive.
It's absurd for me to say that when a mother
Because if
gives
none of
you
that paperwork
a child,
happened and that
they're
person
now
plopped
a
out on the
separate-
ground, they're still a
now
baby.
separate person.
No. What you're asserting is that paperwork makes it alive and makes it a person.
That's not what I said.
No, it's exactly what you said. If you didn't
try
know
to-
that, that's a you
No,
issue.
hold on.
As soon as the baby gets out of the body.
Texas, stop fucking unmuting yourself. First of all, I will get to you. I told you. You know what, bro?
It's bullshit semantics.
Well, that's what he said.
I haven't even started talking to you yet, and you want to like be a C in a fucking A/B conversation. Everybody else is fucking muted up. Why do you feel like you can fucking unmute and just start jabbing in? Nobody cares about your opinion that much. I'm sorry, man, but they just don't. I'm trying to have a conversation. This is where we disagree, Shags. And I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying that I'm right. But this is where we disagree. And this is where I disagree with every other person who has more feelings for a fetus inside of a uterus than the actual woman who's hosted, who could be already somebody else's mom, dad, mom, aunt, cousin, friend, whatever. This isn't and we just went over 32% of women who go through the birthing process lose their lives in this country. We rank 37th. It's only going to get worse when you're forcing women. Not every woman's body is suitable to grow another human being in it and give birth.
And then
Wait, a third of
There's no civil
I don't
duty for
a
women
third.
to have babies.
Oh, wait, a third. This doesn't make any sense to me. I would love to see a source. Maybe that dude has a source on it.
The number one cause of unaliving in pregnant women in this country is the violence upon her from the person who caused her pregnancy.
Whoa. This is a
So
totally
there's
different thing
period
that we're
of
talking
time
about.
after. There's also, wait a minute, also there's a time after birth where you are still in danger for a while as a woman.
This is
physically.
okay, but this
So
is a
they're counting all
totally
of
different.
those, 32%.
Okay, this is a
counting all of
totally
those.
different thing.
This is also part of the war on women.
Okay, listen, but that's.
You know what, dude?
All right,
You know
sorry.
what, dude? If you don't want to accept, listen.
No, I thought I don't want to. I would like to see it. Is all.
Shags, first of all, this is not a school, okay? You're not paying me to teach you shit.
I didn't ask you to teach
Just
me.
because you can't
Calm
find it on
down,
your
man.
limited searching,
I'm not
Google searching fucking ability doesn't make it not true.
Okay,
Everybody
fair
knows
enough.
this to be true,
Fair.
except for you. Except for people who are arguing for a fetus, they don't want to accept the fact that their legislation that they're passing is forcing women to take on a life-threatening process. They don't want to face that fact because it makes you look extremely shitty with your views.
No, listen though, but here's what I
that's
mean.
not- you choose to have these views. Views are a
No,
fucking
yes.
choice.
Listen,
Beliefs
man.
are a fucking choice.
My views aren't
You're
hurting
choosing
anyone.
To make these
Talking
statements.
about
no
it.
one's forcing you to say these words.
Of course,
But when I was
I take
telling
responsibility
you, like,
for these
10
words.
minutes ago, every time you talk, your view gets more and more narrow-minded. This is what I'm talking about.
No.
Nobody
I
fucking thinks
want to know
about the
this.
most vulnerable people in society
Okay.
that could be affected by these fucking laws and these. They just that lines up with your belief structure, and it's all good for you. Doesn't matter who it affects. We can tell you. And the fact that you were okay with over 1,000
I'm not
women
okay
dying
with that.
a
You
year, those
just
were your
no. I'm
numbers,
not
and
okay
you were
with
like,
that.
yeah, it's not that bad of a chance.
Bro, I'm
Well,
not okay with that. First of all,
whatever.
don't misrepresent my arguments.
my fragility and my need to control women to make me feel like a man is more important than a woman's health and fucking wellness and her ability
Now you're going
to
off the
choose
rails.
what she wants to do with
Listen,
her own
can
internal body
Okay, can I
parts.
respond?
That's basically what I've heard from you the whole time. you've
Don't
been up here, bro.
misrepresent. Listen.
Leave your beliefs and your feelings
Okay.
at the door when it comes to human rights and people's ability to choose what they want to do with their own internal body parts and their ability to choose whether they want to be a parent or not.
Hold
Because
on.
being a parent is
Real
a hard
quick.
motherfucking job, bro.
Listen, let me respond. I don't misrepresent my argument, please. These are conversations that we're having. I join these because I genuinely want to have a conversation with people I disagree with. I'm not saying to anybody that they need to just take my beliefs and go with it. I think it would be helpful. I think, and there's many people who also agree with me. But the statistics that Chewy gave are totally different than what you were talking about. I will look into those statistics because that sounds interesting. We were talking about pregnancy in how dangerous it can be, and that is my numbers were right.
How many out of 100 people have to die before you
No,
consider
listen.
it to be a life-threatening?
But listen, I understand no loss in, I don't want any losses in pregnancy. I don't want any losses at all, but it will happen. Is the number so out of whack that people shouldn't?
So let's go back to dangerous pregnancies then. Let me tell you something else. I was in a room full of pro-life people, and they were telling me, and the way the story relayed to me, I thought they were talking about a city and a state, in a city of DuPont in the state of Washington. Okay, and I share this because they pulled on my empathy heartstrings and had me really thinking this was a big issue. Okay, and they kept telling me that there was this Shagsworth clinic in this DuPont, Washington, that was allowing women to have Shagsworth all 9 months. Okay, no holds barred, no rules, da 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 da. And I said, no, that's not true. We actually have standards in this country, and I said, I'm going to go look this up. And I'm going to double check this information. And they go, you go look it up. It's all true. I went and looked it up. There is a clinic in Washington, D.C. It's called DuPont Clinic for women who actually have pregnancies where there are horrible malformations with the pregnancy, and they didn't find out until so late in the pregnancy. Nobody will help them. And there was an article where this woman was saying that she was mistreated, haunted, followed, and chased over 6 states. People treated her like she was an animal. And because she found out after 24 weeks that there was something horribly wrong with her pregnancy, and that her child was going to be absolutely disformed.
What was the deformity?
And she said by the time she,
What does that matter, man? Like this is the point. Like,
because if it's a cleft lip, then you should feel bad about it.
Hold on, man. It wasn't
I'm just asking.
DC, and they treated her with human kindness and grace. She was so relieved. This is what I'm talking about. These people say they're pro-life, but you're going to treat a woman like she is not even human because she made a decision that she thought was best for her and her family. That she didn't think that she thought that this life would not have a good life. That was a decision between her and her family and her maker. It's not your business, dude. It's not my business.
No, I know. I just asked a question.
Hold on. Please. I'm sorry, host. I came up because of this little argument between a fetus and a human being. I just want to clarify something to you guys. A fetus is a parasite. The human being is what comes out of that parasite.
Yeah. Okay.
Dolphin, I've tried to have this conversation with these pro-lifers so much. Hey, Shags, what state do you live in?
I'm not telling you where I live. Sorry.
You don't have to tell anybody. I live in Pennsylvania. We don't care about what.
I've lived in many different areas, and
If you think I'm giving away any personal knowledge by telling people that I live in the state of North Carolina, okay.
But how does
good luck trying to track me?
I know, but how does it? What does it matter?
So that we can help each other know about where to vote.
I was trying to figure out what the laws are in your state regarding this issue. That's all.
Dolphin, can you explain to me a little bit more how a fetus is a parasite? Because this seems to be a fallacy that's brought up quite a bit.
You might want to hope. Oh, might want to hope Dolphin does it, because if I do it, you're going to hear a loud.
Oh no!
I kind of wanted to.
Or do you want to talk to the biochemist?
You can deflect. Go ahead, man. It's cool.
No,
talk to the biochemist about a parasite.
Yeah. Please. I would like somebody who is a professional to actually answer this question.
Yeah, that would be good.
Okay, so all of you, why do you not think it's a parasite?
Jag, this is your turn to talk.
What? Oh, sorry.
Either one of you, why is it not a parasite? Explain to me why it is not a parasite.
I don't know. Because it doesn't even register in my brain that I would call a human offspring a parasite, because it's just not. I don't know.
Well, as biologists, that is what it is. That is a parasite.
All right. Well, you got to explain it more than I'm a biologist. That's what it is.
If it hikes your resources, okay. So listen, there's something called homeostasis. If you can sustain homeostasis, meaning your life independently from your environment, you are alive. If you cannot do that, or the future looks bleak for you, you are not alive. So a fetus is not doing homeostasis. The mother is doing that for the baby, or the fetus, whatever.
Shag.
But a
parasite
is
Shag,
alien. Sorry, what?
No, a parasite can be your own DNA. So stop saying that. Google if a parasite can be your own DNA.
I'm gonna read something to you, Shag, and you
Sure.
tell me what this is. This is like Jeopardy. This is the Jeopardy. This is the Jeopardy question. You have to give me what is whatever. An organism that lives in or on an organism of another species, its host, and benefits by deriving nutrients at the other's expense. What is that? What would you say the answer to that is?
Parasite.
Exactamundo. The question, that was a double Jeopardy question.
Yeah, but,
there are
but doesn't a
many
parasite?
kinds of
Hold on, can I just respond to that?
Listen.
Can I respond to that first before you talk? But a parasite, if left alone, will completely it is meant to essentially drain the host of its nutrients. Where a fetus is living symbiotically with its host, if you want to call it that. It's like the worst thing to say.
And that's where my explanation comes in.
It is still a parasite.
Hold on. My wife had to have emergency C-sections, 3 of them.
Yep.
Do you know why?
No.
Her pelvic opening inside of her body, her skeleton, her pelvic opening wasn't large enough for a fetus's head to fit through.
Yeah.
So my wife, back in before C-sections were a thing, my wife would have just passed away during childbirth. She would have never dilated. Nobody would have ever known why. Her and the fetus would have both expired just in the process of giving birth.
Yeah,
so
science is awesome.
What do you?
I mean, my son survived. My son survived at 25 weeks, 2 days. Was born premature. He's 2 pounds, and science saved his life. Like, I'm not denying that science is awesome.
So you're just always looking at the positive. You're always looking at, oh, this is the benign. You are never looking at the worst cause, and that's a problem.
Because that doesn't serve any purpose at this moment.
Oh, yes, it does. Because
it
your
serves
life
yours.
And your experiences.
No.
Your life and your experiences.
He doesn't want anybody to.
No, I don't. Listen, I only share my story as like just to respond to him saying that, you know, we. Okay.
He doesn't
just
want
mute me.
anybody to continue.
I just had to mute him for a second because I just want to say this to you, Shag. Quickly, Shag. And I didn't mean to cut you off, but I kind of did because I wanted to say this to you. One thing that you don't want to accept is ultimately your point of views punch down on the most vulnerable people in society when they're dealing with the process of giving childbirth. Okay, your acceptance with restricting people's rights to choose what they want to do, whether it be with for their own health care or what's best for their own individual life, because everybody deserves to be happy in their own individual life. And if becoming a parent isn't what somebody wants to do in their own individual life, I feel like they should have the choice to choose when they become a parent. Maybe you might have a woman who becomes pregnant by no fault of her own, who already has children, and she's a single mom, and if she gets pregnant, and she'll lose her job, she'll lose her ability to care for the other children that she already has. So it's like, for you to say that because it's good for me, I'm going to wave this broad brush and it shouldn't be good for anybody, you forget about and I say this all the time, people forget about the most vulnerable people in society. And when it gets put into their face that their views are ultimately punching down on these people, they don't want to accept that fact. And that's what's happening.
So
I have some stats in my bio that absolutely prove everything he just said. The most common woman who seeks this health care is unmarried. She already has children. She is low income. She has some college education, so maybe she took biology.
Yeah.
This is the statistic of the woman who seeks this health care, and you will not acknowledge that. And that's the first link in my bio. I don't mean to promote, but if you want proof, that is who we are talking about here.
I am all for.
May I take a couple minutes?
Let me just respond to that, and then you can talk, Mans. I am all for trying to lift people out of poverty, keep the family unit together, and promote a healthier worldview overall. I don't care what people do with what I'm saying. I am here to discuss with you guys what I believe. And if people in the chat and if people elsewhere come across this and they say, he had a point that I like, I'm going to go research that more. Or if someone finds a point that you guys like and want to research it more, great. That's what this is here. That's what I am here for. Because too often these discussions just become echo chambers of this is what I believe and this is what it is and blah, 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 blah. I want women and men to make better decisions for themselves, to stay a family unit, to be together to help one another, for the government in some small capacity to help people who need it. And then also, I want people to understand the value of life way before that any of you guys are talking about. And that's totally fair to say. I don't believe that saying this stuff is punching down on women. First of all, I don't think women are beneath me, so I'm not punching down.
How about if it is, because none of those things apply to some of us, and you're trying to
But it could. Yeah, no, and that's the thing. Good people make a better world for their offspring.
I agree with you, Shag. Hold on, Shag. I'm gonna agree with you that I agree with everything you said about people being able to be happy and choose what they want to do and have their own life. People be more responsible, blah blah blah. But why do we have to take away women's rights for all that stuff?
We're not taking away women's rights.
What do you mean?
Yes, we are.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are.
Nope.
If after all of this discussion and all of the cases that we brought up, you're still holding the line that women's rights aren't being trampled on in this country,
They're
then
definitely not being trampled on. We are more equal
Yes, they
today
are.
than we
You're
ever have
taking
been.
mine.
No, I'm not.
What? Oh my God, Shag! Oh my God, Shag! Hold on, Shag! Stop for a second, Shag. I'm gonna explain something to you. I'm gonna explain something to you, bro.
Here we go. Another explanation.
There are about 20 fucking states right now in this country where women can't access a health care because of legislation that has been actively passed. This is happening right now.
Abortions
and
in
you're sitting
healthcare.
here denying that's happening.
Or
Abortion
ectopic
is not
pregnancies
healthcare.
where they can't have an abortion.
That's not an abortion. Ectopic pregnancy is an actual thing. A doctor will actually. You're not going to get in trouble for operating on an ectopic pregnancy. Are you insane?
No, there are states that are not allowing.
Well, that's
you to
wrong.
have- to
That's
have-
wrong.
to have an abortion
That's
because it's
wrong then,
ectopic.
geeky moron.
Is being argued before the Supreme Court right now. They're gonna pass judgment on that within the next 2 to 3 weeks. What are you talking about, Shag?
An ectopic pregnancy is totally different from an abortion. An abortion is something elective. It's not health care. An ectopic pregnancy is absolutely health care.
Pick states.
Are you shitting me? Did he just freaking say that shit?
Are you kidding me?
Freaking say that shit.
Jesus Christ. I can't. I reached my limit. I reached my absolute limit with retarded motherfuckers, dude. Can't fucking do it. If people are getting in trouble for helping someone with an ectopic pregnancy, that's wrong. These people are so stupid, it makes me sick. Oh. There goes my reputation for keeping my cool. Jesus Christ. That guy's over there like jerking himself off so hard over his little fucking like monologues over how, oh, you shouldn't force this on people. Oh my God. I kept it together as long as I could, and then I lost. I'm sorry, but that was the dumbest shit I've ever listened to. I want to look that stat up. 33%. So this is the weird part. So we're talking about pregnancy being dangerous, which statistically speaking, it's not. It can be dangerous for some. And there is nothing that I celebrate about 1,200 women or 800 women losing their lives. 800, whatever. Did you? Good. Those people are stupid. Abortion needs to be more clearly defined in law. Legally, a laparoscopic procedure is classified as abortion, which is why they make them consent to an abortion. Yeah, see, again, like these are things like, I think clear definitions are good. I'm not sitting here and arguing that we shouldn't have, like, should Planned Parenthood exist? I don't know. I think it's well, obviously OBGYNs need to exist. It just needs to happen. If they're backing out of states because of legal jargon, then we need to fix that. That's important. What states are going after, in my opinion, is the knowing and willing termination of pregnancies. The end. I want to find that 33%, because we were talking about two different things. We were talking about, thank you for the help on that, Eric. We were talking about the statistics originally around deaths due to pregnancy, maternal deaths. And so to that, we look up statistics and it's very low. It's what are you talking about? It's so high. But then they started talking about, and it was a very, 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 what up, Super Duper 51? What's going on? They started talking about the statistics behind men forcing women into unaliving during pregnancy or after. No, but Eric, they were talking about something completely different. They were talking about like the psychological part of it. Like men were like women were so, like they go through, I mean, women do go through this like during pregnancy, like it's like their brain changes, their chemistry changes, but they were relating that and also to men, forcing them into into unaliving, which was just wild to me. Cause I'm like, how do you even get to that? And and that's where I'm trying to find his statistic. He said it was like 33%. I'm not, this isn't school. I'm not here to teach you anything. What? Maternal mortality rate in the U.S. 2024. What up, DJ Ronnie? You missed it. Oh, Varizo with that follow over on Twitch. What's up? Why is there 2 boxes? That's weird. Thanks for the follow, brother. According to NPR, the CDC's National Center for Health Statistics most recently report put the U.S. maternal mortality rate at a whopping 32.9 deaths per 1,000 births. Oh, so did he read that wrong? I think he did. You got a question for me, Varizo? What is it? Let's have it. I'm also live on YouTube. That's why I'm reading. Would you like to react to this, to a scary playlist? Oh my God, are you kidding me? You didn't just. Yeah, those. Yep. I think he just misread the 32.9 as a percent. Probably. That's a pretty big misread. That's a very, very big misread on this. Varizo, I don't, a playlist of what? A scary playlist of what? Thanks for the follow, though. Scary videos? Oh, sorry. Rizzo, I don't even know you. I don't even know you. You could be sending me some link to some fucking porn site or a virus. I'm not clicking that. Sorry, man. I'm not going to click links I don't know. Sorry. I apologize. I've been bamboozled too many times. Yeah, I don't know. And then they started talking about that DuPont. They started talking about the DuPont like clinic or something like that in Washington, D.C. And I thought I was totally within my right to say, well, what are they talking about? Alex kissed her. What? How many? Jesus Christ. 974,000 subscribers? A proper debate has both parties present their sources of information ahead of time to research and understand this. Them Googling confirmation bias mid-debate is R-worded. Yeah, no, I know, Asmer, 100%. I just made a PowerPoint about Isaac from the Bible. I'm tired. These look creepy as shit. I don't even know if I want to watch these. Let me review this offline. I'm not going to react to this online. I'll review it offline, and if it's on the up and up, I'll react to it. What I don't want to do is get caught midway through where you put some like string of porn in there and I get fucking nuked, dude. Because I'm on YouTube and I'm over here on Twitch. So yeah, no, and honestly, it was on the fly, Eric. I'm probably more that way. Like 12 to 15 weeks is permissible, I think. Yeah. Yeah, Varizo, I can't show that on stream. I'll definitely watch it though. I got your playlist pulled up. I'll check it out. I'm happy to check it out. Yeah, the homeostasis thing and the parasite thing, I want to learn how to refute that better, because you could make the argument that a fetus sort of mimics like what a parasite does. But again, I think I'm right in saying like a fetus or someone who is, growing in the womb is just is living symbiotically, where the parasite is meant to drain the host of its own nutrients. That does not have went to the beach yesterday and fuck, man, I'm like, my skin's all hot, burned. A lot of the legal stuff around abortion needs to be more clearly defined and prioritized. Yeah, I agree totally. Parasitic is the adjective, parasite is a noun. Yeah, true. Yeah, if you fools, if anyone on YouTube here is not following me on Twitch, make sure you do. Walton Files 3 Bunny Farm, also talking about politics. Yeah, I talk about politics a fair amount, culture, all that stuff. Yeah, follow my Twitch, guys, if you're not. I'm going to start doing more stuff on Twitch again, more games if I do play. 1, it's cross-species. 2, it's to the detriment of the host. And 3, a parasite is permanent. So with cross-species. So cancer is essentially a more parasitic, or it's a cancer is essentially cross-species, because like, where does cancer come from? It's isn't it a making of your own cells essentially? Did you know that the president of Brazil has beef with Elon Musk? I did know that. Sick Sad World. The relationship between a pregnant individual and their developing fetus often involves emotional bonding and attachment. Yes. Sick Sad World, you are 100% right on that. Wait, Sick Sad World, who's this? Is this who I think it is? I think it is.
Sick Sad World.
Okay, it is what I thought it was. This emotional connection is not typically present in a parasitic relationships, which are characterized by exploitation rather than emotional bonding. Yes, there it is. There it is. Which is like pretty much what I said. And oh man, I'm burning. Also, did you know that the government is putting barriers to a donation to a natural disaster that happened to a whole region of Brazil? I didn't. Just so there was more government donations than civil donations. Sounds like an interesting way to launder money. Yeah, cancer is rapid, uncontrollable cell multiplication in a simplified definition. Yep. Yeah, and the thing is I just think people are being intellectually dishonest when they say stuff like that. When they say, well, a fetus is just a parasite. Like, dude, come on now. Come on now. But should we try and go for one more? Should we try and go for one more debate? Let me run to the bathroom real quick and see if we can find one quick. Hold on one sec, guys. Be right back. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Gonna head to work. All right, Eric. Whew. I'm a little behind on my water today. A little behind. A little behind. All right, let's see if we can find one quick, and if not, we'll just. Hell divers. Are women who pick the bear? Ugh, this person, Reggie. Why do women need cis het men? Ugh. I don't even know how to answer that question. See, this is one of those people who are doing this for clickbait. It's not a real discussion. Why do women need cis het men? They don't. But it certainly is a nice for them to be present so they can have women, or they can have children, they could have a marriage. But then the argument becomes, well, I could do that with a woman. I'll listen to this person.
Why have women been excluded in a majority of the militaries around the world?
I was going to try and explain it to you, but you got quite defensive.
Because of our periods is not the real
it's
answer.
not. That's just literally a
It's
part
not.
to play.
Absolutely not. No.
It is, because when I served in Iraq,
Women exist in the military and handle their menstrual cycles just fine. I don't know why you have.
No, I know they do, but but to go through them, we had a lady called Francesca who served with out in
I don't
Iraq.
want to hear about somebody's personal experience that does not belong to you. I don't want to hear it.
No, I'm just saying she was ineffective for 2 weeks, which was a big part of our operation, and that she had to come off the front line because of it, because of her cycle, unfortunately, and that's reality, love. I'm sorry.
Oh wow, kicked for what reason? No reason.
Anyway. Hello. World of Orwell.
Yeah.
What's up?
All
Hello.
Right. Can you not hear me?
I think you have a terrible lag.
Hello? Oh, hold on.
We served in Iraq. This woman has lost the argument.
Cool. What's that?
My fault. I'm kind of zooted right now. You say that we don't.
What the fuck, dude?
Hello, neighbors.
Hello,
How old are you?
I'm 23.
Cool. What's up? Do you think why do women need cishet men?
I think every gender needs the other gender equally as much. There's some things men do that women prefer not to do, and there's some things women do that men prefer not to do. I work in in a hospital settings, like women take care of patients better. In a like construction setting,
I got you, Nasmer. That makes sense to me.
Why? Okay, so why if are there other people besides women that work in hospitals?
Yeah, but the majority of like nurses are like women.
Right, because society has set it up that way that women are more nurturing and caring. But also, why do women get paid less in that field?
In that field, it literally depends on schooling. It depends how much school
On
you go through.
average, women still make less than men, even in that field.
If there was like a woman doctor and a male doctor, they would make the same if they were in the same field. Same with like a male nurse and a female nurse.
That's not how it works. No.
It is
On
how it
average,
works.
women make less on average than men. There is such a thing as the wage gap.
Like, are you saying
there's
like
not.
nurses compared to nurses, or like nurses compared to doctors?
No, of course, I'm talking about this. When they take these, they look at the same field. Like if you compare the average number of nurses who are women, and you compare that to what they're getting paid.
Let's look that up. I'm curious. Curious about that. Male nurse salary versus female nurse salary. On average, male nurses earn around 80,000 per year, while female nurses earn around 72,700 a year. See, you know what the problem is with Googling this stuff? Is that Google will support the actual, see, the pay gap is not limited to registered nurses, as male licensed practical nurses, LPNs, also earn more than their female counterparts, making almost 7% more per hour. Worth noting that these findings are based on averages and may not reflect individual experiences or circumstances. Additionally, the data does not provide a clear explanation for the pay gap, but it may be influenced by various factors such as negotiation skills, work experience, and industry trends. That's interesting to know. See, this is where I wish I could see like Peterson's sources on like, or anyone's sources on like the wage gap argument. Well, it does say that, well, that's why it says here that, oh no, not that one. Like the explanation doesn't, on average, male nurses make a little bit more. So that would make sense. So they would hire male nurses because they can perform more of the duties because they're a little bit stronger on average than female nurses. Male nurses earn an average of $2.73 per hour more than female nurses, according to the study by nurse.org. But still, I would really like to see the spots where like Peterson gets his argument, where people who go against this, like they have their sources. What are they? I would like to know where they're getting it and why. You know what I mean? Like I want to know that source because I believe them. But I would like to see like all these titles. Male registered nurses make thousands more in salary than female. Most registered nurses are women, but men get better pay. Male nurse salary. Do men earn more than women RNs? Nursing is one of the few well-paying, predominantly female professions. Male nurses make up only 13% of the nursing force. Overall, the average RN earns approximately $39.78 per year, yet despite holding fewer nursing jobs, men tend to earn more than women in the field. Male nurses are also put in dangerous situations with patients at a higher rate. How can nurses increase their salary? Negotiate. Open to. Yeah, I'd be like, yeah, it would be cool to take a deeper dive into it because it definitely looks like a lot of this information isn't taking into consideration certifications and negotiation. Men are more likely to negotiate. That is for sure.
We'll go into that. Like, what?
Like
Like, it's.
you rarely see like a male nail tech, and I don't.
I don't understand the relevancy of, like, that's also a part of the discussion of toxic masculinity and discouraging, heteronormativity and discouraging people, like, even if they're men or any based on their gender or anything, to go into the fields that they are comfortable with.
Yeah, so I don't think anyone's discouraging men to go into cosmetology school, but it's just naturally dominated by women. Just how like construction is naturally dominated by men.
But again, there's probably a reason why that it's naturally dominated by women. Like, women tend to feel safer among each other, so it became over the years. That's how it evolved into
Men are getting their nails done.
being more women dominated.
Could you repeat that? I couldn't really hear that.
So there has
She
to
doesn't
be a
even know what
reason
you said.
why they are why that field is dominated by women. Like, I agree that it has been, because women find safe space with other women. So, like, when it becomes
Yo, I don't know about y'all, but women are fucking brutal to one another. They are brutal with one another.
yeah, like,
If you
there's
wanna
reasons
watch
why that
this
becomes
creator
male,
on TikTok,
that becomes female dominated.
The person's name
That's
is.
why those jobs become like that.
So it's because of safe spaces.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a construction site just
that's
wouldn't be
her
a safe space
on,
for a woman.
Oh, I spelled it
Not
wrong.
based on how men treat us when they're a majority of the people there.
Hold on.
Like, do you just like encounter like really bad men?
what it is.
Because I can't see like any dude that I work with treating a woman badly.
Do you know it's like 1 in 3 women experience sexual violence in their lifetime?
What about at work?
What do you mean, what about at work? It's in their lifetime, yes. And women often experience sexual harassment in the workplace. Like, what?
So 1 in 3, can you back that up? I've heard so many like of these claims. I've heard like 1 in 6, 1 in 9, 1 in 3.
Sure, I can find some for you. Absolutely. We can give you some statistics. Let's see, I've got gender inequality in the community, in the workplace, in the media.
Right,
I've got statistics on the wage gap that you didn't seem interested in. There are, in the workplace, 34% of countries restrict women from working in certain jobs or industries.
Yeah,
in the
that's
home,
wrong.
28% of
not in the
countries have
US
no
though.
laws addressing domestic violence.
Not in the US.
In healthcare, only 56% of women are able to make their own decisions about their sexual and reproductive health and rights.
Not in the US.
Let's see. 24% of women make less than 24% of the world's parliamentarians.
These world statistics, I'm sorry, they don't serve anybody. You're in the US, talk about the US. Don't talk about other countries. You're never going to get a global society that treats women beautifully all the time, everywhere. It's unfortunate. I don't condone that. Women should be treated equal to men, but don't bring in other fucking countries. It's this. You're talking about the US.
Out of 3 women, like I said, on girls will experience violence or abuse in their lifetime.
What's up, Birdman?
Lifetime.
What?
You said what and what experience sexual violence in their lifetime?
Women, girls and women.
Yeah, but like what's the statistic? Like 1 in what?
1 out of 3 women. I said it. What do you mean?
I really don't think that's true.
Okay, then, I mean, where is your source for that?
I think you got your source like literally off TikTok
Everyone says
because
that, Birdman.
I've heard 1 in 7, and that's like what I like think is the
Okay, so
actual.
find your source. I mean, that's still a horrible number.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's good. But I'm just saying it's not like as like reoccurring as like what people make it like out to like to be.
What is your point? Like, what is that?
I'm saying like you can't say like girls don't go into construction because it's not a safe space.
It's not a safe space though. Like we are statistically more likely to be harassed in those areas, and I'm not just talking about
I've heard Birdman. I've heard he's like crazy with the stuff he eats.
dominated fields. Like I'm giving you the statistic, like I'm giving you reasons why it's hard to exist as a woman, and you're just like, that's not really a thing.
Not even talking about the topic, which is annoying.
So would a woman choose to like work as a bartender rather than a construction worker? But bartenders get hit on. I feel like bartenders and like waitresses get hit on way more and like deal with that on a daily basis, but they still choose to go in that type of work.
Sure, they can prepare themselves for what that type of work is going to face, what kind of challenges they're going to face. But you shouldn't have to expect to face those types of challenges in construction or those other areas of work.
Yeah,
Again, you're also more likely to have other coworkers that it's, it might not be male dominated. You might choose to work at an all women bar.
Yeah,
Like we're not just talking about the public, like we're talking about their employers, like, or the people that work with them, their coworkers. Those are the people that are harassing them.
I feel like, especially in the bar scene, their co-workers are they're like more likely to sexually like abuse their other co-worker in a bar rather than a construction site.
You're making a claim that you don't have proof of.
Well, if you just like factor in like alcohol, like drinking
Again, like you
alcohol,
go to work, when you work in a bar, when you work in the food industry, like you have to give yourself a certain expectation of what that environment exists, what that environment gives.
so
Like when you're working in a bar, like you know that you're going to be subjected to drunk, awful people. It still doesn't mean.
I'm not saying that either, but I'm saying that it's not a safe space for women then.
No place is a safe space for women, but we can do things that help make our spaces safer, like work in an all women employed environment.
What? Is that even true?
So we're not going to choose the jobs that are male dominated.
So you're saying like there's like a majority of like women only bars?
No, I did not say that.
Then how does that point like reflect to like what we're saying? Because like there's men and women that work at a bar.
You're the one that brought up bars. I don't know why we're talking about bars. You're the one that
Because you brought up safe spaces, and like that's the whole reason why women don't go into construction.
No, I am saying that they don't work in construction because of these reasons. That's what I'm bringing up.
They don't work in construction because no woman wants to work in construction, and they shouldn't. It's a man's job. Sure, if you want to work in it, great. I don't think anyone's gonna like be mad at you. But would I want my wife to work in construction? No, I would rather her work in something that's a little bit easier on her because she does a lot of stuff surrounding the children and all that. Like it's not, I don't know. It's so stupid.
So like even at like your local like corporate job where like it's like 50-50 men, women working together. That's this whole thing about safe space, like just because it's like not women dominated, then it's not a safe space for women is like kind of unheard of.
If a space is dominated by men, it becomes a not safe space for women. That's what I'm saying.
Then are you just saying like all men are bad or something?
I mean, if that's how you take it, that's on you.
I'm just asking like how you're like
when we are in a space that is a majority of men, we are at risk.
Because men are like what, dangerous or
yeah, because of the statistics that I gave you. And then you tried to downplay them and say that's not really that bad.
No, I said that 1 in 3 is not true and 1 in 7.
You haven't disproven me, so no.
Did you say that? Did you back up the 1 in 3 claim? Because you like listed off so many things that had nothing to do with like the 1 in 3 claim.
Well, I mean, I gave you the statistics that I gave you, that they're from the World Health Organization, the Census Bureau.
A lot of men probably.
I don't
signed in.
know. Which one did you want?
I said, what 1 in what? Like, you said 1 in 3, and I'm saying that's not true. So I'm just saying back it up. Where's the 1 in 3 coming from?
Sure.
So I just looked it up. In the United States, 1 in 9 girls and 1 in 20 boys will be sexually assaulted before the age of 18. Bisexual women are at a higher risk for obvious reasons. Girls and young women aged 16 and 19 are 4 times more likely to be victims of SA than the general population. More than 4 in 5 American Indian, and I've heard this stat is really, really sad. 32.9% of adults with intellectual disabilities have experienced sexual violence, which is awful, and 47% of transgender people. Hey, what's up, Charlie? What am I doing? I'm trying to get on to debate
Hello.
on
Hello.
TikTok.
Sorry, what's the source again?
Oxfam.org.
Yeah, we really got to wait for this guy. I'm watching the stream right now on my phone, and it's plugged in so other people can hear it.
All right. Yeah.
She doesn't want to wait. She wants to give the source, but then doesn't want to wait for it.
I don't think that's a reputable source.
Okay, so then find me a reputable source that says 1 in 7. What is your claim? Like, what is it that?
My claim is that we do need cis het men.
I know, and you haven't said why, but like none of that, like.
Okay, so if all men leave construction,
Why are you trying to downplay the violence in women though?
well,
No, there is a lot of violence in women. Women are violent towards men. Maybe not at the same rates. I think it has a lot to do with biology too. With no, I'm not in with them, Charlie. I'm just listening to them, and they're just she's not a very nice person. What's the methodology to arrive to these numbers though? Self-reports in a particular area extrapolated onto a whole nation. Yeah, I mean this woman is like, I think, really good at taking things out of context and blaming men for problems.
If you have something that downplays that violence, then why don't you give it?
okay, so I'm just asking, if all men left the construction field, women would just fill in those roles in if all men left.
And I'm not just talking about, it's not just women. There's different types of men that can fulfill the.
They would fill it because they needed to, otherwise society would collapse.
I think that would happen.
You don't think that anybody else besides cisgender heterosexual men can perform construction jobs?
At least women wouldn't want to more than men.
Oh, is he saying the men statistics? That's funny. But women do. Women work in those places. And like I said, like we're going to go around in circles because, again, if you're going to say women don't want to work in those spaces, there's a reason why. And I gave you a reason why. And then.
Yeah, but I keep saying that reason is like so minor, and I'm not downplaying it because.
So minor.
Yeah.
We don't want to be harassed and paid less in those
No,
jobs.
I'm saying like that reason is a reason for like such a minority of like women.
Okay, so I gave you a reason why we don't want to join that. Like you don't have any other reasons as to why, just that they don't want to, but you can't prove that.
Yeah, because like this isn't like my whole life, but like I have some comments.
I was getting pretty close to a weight training streamer, and she started saying similar things about men versus women debate, and I had to leave. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I'm not, like, I just want to try and talk to her for a little bit because the debate topic is, why do women need cis het men? And I just thought, oh, all I could think of.
It's, bro, like the wage gap has been disproven so long ago, and I don't know
Again,
why
so
it's being
you
brought up.
still haven't given any kind of source to disprove it, but you just keep saying that.
I feel like if you just if I looked it up on Google right now, I can give you like
Go
a
find it.
source.
Go
Bricklayers.
ahead. Go look it up.
All right.
Bring me up. Bring me up. Yeah, I mean, with anyone, I mean, it's not just women. I was just in a live not long ago that was same thing. It was a guy like that. You just couldn't talk to him. He just every time he would be like pushed on his beliefs, he would just get angry and yell and mute me. I mean, that's I don't know. These people, these aren't real people.
She makes a positive claim and then demands. I didn't make the claim that it's been disproven. I gave him the statistics of it. I gave him where I got the statistics of it. There's many different statistics that prove that the wage gap exists. He is saying that it has been
so the wage gap doesn't account for certain things. It's not accounting for work experience. It's not accounting for negotiation skills and other variables. They're just taking average salary in a certain field, or even worse, they're taking salaries across the spectrum as an average, which doesn't tell you anything. If you look at the jobs, if you look at someone who has the same exact qualifications, certifications, and negotiated the same way, they're going to be paid equally. If women were in fact paid less than women, all people would do is just hire women. Oh shit, I could pay someone 75 cents on the dollar and save a quarter for every, like, that is a lot of savings because big companies know the game. Yeah, some people don't listen.
That people are claiming men get paid more just because they're men.
How do we find that? How do we understand what the statistics are?
Like if you
also, someone said this earlier, I think it was Nasmer, and he's totally right. This is not a debate stage. This is a discussion stage. You can't possibly effectively debate on here because a real debate is going to allow an exchange of sources, you to be able to review them and refute the arguments on the day. That's not what's happening here.
men just don't get paid more just because they're men.
No, how do we gather the information? I'm trying to, like, do you understand how we gather the information?
I don't
Yeah,
think
they
she
probably
does.
like look at every job and see if they're female or male.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. On things like that we submit to the government, like our taxes.
Yeah.
Right. And so do you understand what the average is?
So if that's the case, then they're going to
Do
be
you
pulled.
understand the average? Do you understand what an average is? How do we get the
Yes, I
average?
understand what an average is
So how do we get that average?
by taking all of the qualified people and
Right.
then dividing it by like how how many people there are, right?
Yes. And when
Okay.
you compare that to
I was so nervous he wasn't going to get how to get an average.
Question. So if there's like, I'm gonna like slim it down. Let's just say like they're looking at a sample size of 15, right? And 10 of them happen to be male and 5 of them happen to be female. They're obviously gonna be making more money than
that's not no.
yeah.
I'm not talking about this a sample size that small. I'm talking about the average of the
we can make
globe
it bigger.
here.
We can make it bigger, but it's just gonna be harder. But I'm saying there's more men
Wait,
working.
why do we have to make up these fake numbers?
They're not
We
fake.
have a large scale of statistics already. We don't need to make up anything.
Someone in the comments just wrote, "Oh my god, you get paid less because you're here on TikTok crying and not working to get more experience." That's funny.
Matter.
Yeah, and that all can be verified. The statistics can prove all of that. Do you think the census is lying? Like, do you think like Pew Research is lying to us about how to get the average?
It's not being lied to. It's being misrepresented, which is really easy to do. Statistics, you have to know how to read it. You need to know how to read the statistics. And again, if things are not being taken into consideration in these averages, it makes a huge difference. Huge.
So what are you up here trying to prove?
That you guys do need cis heterosexual men, and we also need the heterosexual women. No one is better than the other. Like,
Yeah. So do you not think that you coming up here saying that we need men for these hardworking jobs, you trying to disprove something that we're trying to make better for women, which is the wage gap. Like we're trying to build ourselves up and get us out of being oppressed.
yeah, I'm saying, yeah, you guys were
So why
oppressed.
are you up here arguing with that? Like I don't
No,
like
I'm not arguing with that. I'm saying
you
you
are
guys
though.
were.
Like you're
No,
trying to say like the wage gap has been disproven, but you can't prove anywhere. You can't even
because
show me where it's been disproven.
okay,
You're
and I'm
trying to
gonna.
up here like minimize the statistics
I'm
of
not
women
minimizing anything.
being abused in their lifetime. Well, again, you haven't come up with any statistics that say otherwise. You're just up here saying, well, this is what I think.
It's not what I think.
So what? So I'm trying to understand, like, what are you up here trying to do? Like, what is it?
Okay, starting from the beginning, I do agree with you. Women were oppressed, but at some point,
Women are oppressed
They're not oppressed.
currently,
yes.
I don't believe that at all. If anything,
You
no.
don't think having our health care taken away from us is
Oh my God, we're gonna get into this.
some people not having access to abortion is not being oppressed?
Abortion's not healthcare.
To have the baby, the father still has to pay for it, even if he doesn't want the baby.
Yeah, because that's being responsible for
What?
That's helping take care of the child's well-being.
But it has.
That's not
So if
based off of
okay,
the
let me
mother's
switch it
well-being.
then. Let me switch it. If the male wants to have the baby and the woman does have the abortion, what's that then?
I don't care. It's not his body.
Oh, see, you don't make any sense. If it's about responsibility, then the woman should keep the baby.
It's not about it's not just about responsibility. It's about the fact that a person should not be forced to have a human being in their body if they don't want to.
But then if they choose to have it, it's the guy's responsibility to
Because
take care of it.
again, that's the well-being of the child being protected.
So it's your so like basically
Child support is about the well-being of the child.
okay, so like basically you're saying your body, your choice, correct. But then it's not my money, my choice in the end, right?
I just want to make videos of this one chick.
Comparable to the same thing. That's not it at all.
It is, because if one person
Like
decides to take care of
you
it,
can have your rights severed. I don't care. Like I'm not fighting for child support. I don't give a shit about child support. You can walk away.
I'm an independent woman. I don't need your motherfucking money. I don't need your money. I'm a woman. I take care of myself. That man go himself. What? That's what
always
I
have
do.
a baby then?
No, because women choose not to have a baby for the betterment of themselves.
So women can only make that call to make it the betterment for themselves, but when the guy's involved, then he has to sacrifice his resources.
What did I just say? I said you can sign away your rights. You can when you're paying child support, it means you have rights to the child. Like that comes with certain demands that the father who is still supporting their child can make. If you want to have your rights severed and not pay child support, I don't give a shit. You can sign your rights away.
Charlie over on Twitch says, I don't care about your rights. Now let me talk about my rights. Yeah.
These circumstances should be forced to be pregnant at any time.
Okay, so even if the guy really wants to have the baby, like he would take care of it, give it the best life that it could
No,
ever
because
have.
that man is not. First of all, that's not guaranteed. Second of all, that man
Well,
is not
nothing's
going to be the
guaranteed.
one. No, it's not guaranteed.
I know.
Because
Well, nothing's guaranteed. I'm agreeing
okay,
with you.
so that's not. You can't say those things and expect that to be the outcome. The woman still has to go through being pregnant, and like I said, if she doesn't want to be pregnant, she shouldn't ever have to be.
This is an inconvenience for me, and I need this gone. Okay.
Do everything in her power not to be pregnant then? so you don't end up in that
Yeah,
situation.
the majority of people who are getting abortions have done everything they have done what they need to do to not become pregnant.
Is that true?
A majority of the people seeking abortions were using primary birth control.
Is a funny game. If you really don't want a baby, you just don't have sex. And be irresponsible and have sex with everybody.
Yo, man, this guy's based.
I don't know why you're shaking your head.
Because you're just so gross. Like, you are so
Just
brainwashed,
kicked
kid.
him? Wow.
Ugh.
She just kicked him because he said that. She kicked him. Yeah. That's wild.
She has male trauma and is projecting.
Uh-huh. I would say that's correct.
I so need a 21-year-old to tell me that. Thank you. Let's go to the top here. Like, why are you bitching about being muted, but you're not fucking muted? Hello, Darina, is it?
Yeah. Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 33. How are you doing
What's
today?
that?
No,
Why
I
do
just
cis women?
I was gonna say I applaud this man for even carrying on the conversation this long. Yeah. Sounds like she needs her toes curled. I think you're right, Gasser.
90% of the workers are heterosexual men. Not just for construction, but even the internet that you're using, anything that you use, oil, basically everything that you need to survive is maintained by heterosexual men.
By
All the hard-
heterosexual, like specifically heterosexual, like no
Not
gay men do
specifically,
that.
but 90%
No
out of them.
bisexual men
He
or
said
asexual.
90%. He said 90%. Why is she so stupid?
90% are men. If you take away 90% out of them, everything will collapse.
Why is the majority of it men? Women are incapable of doing these jobs?
No one said that.
I'm not saying they're not.
Why do people do this? Why do people do this? He didn't say that. He didn't say that they are incapable of doing it. He just said the fact is 90% of the people upholding this internet that you're on here bitching on is cis heterosexual men. And
I don't know why they're not taking, but they're not taking them. That's the whole point.
All right. Do you think that it could possibly be because they might not be paid as much as the men who dominate those fields?
That's even illegal.
Do you think that?
If you can pay,
Do you think that it could be because they have a higher chance of being sexually harassed or assaulted in those fields?
No.
No one's denying
No,
jobs.
because first of all, it's illegal to pay less men than women since 1963. It's illegal, first of all.
But they still do.
And second of all,
on average, we're still paid less.
If that was the case, everybody would hire just women. They can pay less. So why they're not hiring only women?
I mean, if that's your solution.
Well, if they can pay less, why not?
I'm not.
The age gap, the wage gap is contributed to other factors, nothing to do with the sex.
Like what?
Is the jobs that you do, amount of experience that you have, amount of hours that you spend.
No,
it's a lot of
negotiation.
All of them are comparable. Like they all.
No, they're not.
All
No,
the
they're not.
statistics compared to each other.
This woman.
Sorry, hold on. I'm like this.
Yeah, stop eating, you pig.
All of that stuff is taken into, like, factored in, and it's based on the same amount of hours and the same type of work, and on average, women are still paid less than men.
It's not.
No, they're not. That's illegal.
I mean, you keep saying that, but like,
it's illegal to pay someone less for the same exact job. To actively discriminate from one to the other. If somebody has more certifications or negotiates in a different way because they can do more, then they will get paid more.
Right. So and men.
When I worked at a restaurant, I made $7 an hour, just like my female counterparts. The end. There's no way to make more. Done.
If I can hire somebody that I can pay less than the other person, I'm gonna hire them.
So I'm glad you're going to commit to doing that and boosting and helping women. So you're going to just hire women from now on.
Yeah, of course. If I can pay them less, of course. But that's not the case. You're paid based on your experience and your skills.
And
That's the
so,
two main factors.
right. And when those things are the same, when those skills are equitable, like why are women still on average being paid less for that?
In
for
what
these work?
profession, tell me?
In all of them. Like this
No,
is
it's
an
not.
average worldwide statistics.
No, it's
Yes.
not. Women get paid more than modeling jobs.
Okay, so wait, what?
Women get paid more than modeling jobs, which is normal.
That's right.
Hey.
But you just said that in all jobs. Now she gets caught with her pants at her ankles and she's like, what?
Yeah, I understand. Just give me an example. In what profession? Give me example. I'm gonna tell you why is that.
Literally all the possession, like literally all
Which
the
is not true.
Yes,
It's not true. You
it
cannot take an average for all of a profession. You take an average for a profession.
I mean, in all of them, like yes, like
No,
in
you
average,
cannot just say in all of them.
Listen, in
Give me
2021,
one example.
in
I don't need to
2021,
give me one example.
I don't even
the
want to
median
join
annual
this now.
earnings
I
of
want to listen to this
workers
guy.
employed full time year round for every dollar paid to men, women were paid 84 cents.
Give me one example.
Non-Hispanic women were paid 80 cents. Black women were paid 67 cents. Hispanic women or any race were paid 57 cents compared to men.
In what profession? Give me an example.
Oh my God, in all of them.
You cannot say all of them.
According to
If it's all of them, you can give an example.
According to the U.S. Department of Labor, women are less likely than men to be employed full time or for the full year. So they're not even allowing us to work the same amount of time.
Who is preventing you to work?
The people that aren't hiring women.
Who is not hiring you?
Oh my God.
But you said people are preventing. Who is preventing you?
The people that are paying women less. The people that are discriminating against women.
Again,
Women
if that's
aren't
the
going to
case,
sign up for those jobs. Women are not going to sign up for those jobs that are going to be paying them less. Do you understand that? And they're more likely to be harassed and sexually abused in those environments when it's male dominated.
that's not the case. Not at all. You cannot give me one example. If you say all professions, you cannot even give me one example. And I have given you one example.
Nurses on average, women are paid less. In the police force,
Actually,
on average, women are paid less.
Actually, nurses make a lot more money than men, than male nurses.
You have a statistic that says that women nurses make more than male
Yes,
nurses.
I have. In Europe, at least they are paid more.
So give me the statistic.
In Europe, just Google it.
You know where it is, so give me the statistic.
Just Google it. In
That's
Europe,
not a
nurses
statistic.
make.
Do you understand what a statistic is?
Yeah, I understand. Do you understand what a statistic is?
Yeah, and I've given you them, and you're just like, no, that's not true.
Well, it's not. America is not the world. The world is much bigger than America.
Oh, he's getting tossed. Watch. He's gone. Yep. See ya. I'm not gonna get into this live, so I'm just gonna bounce out. Yeah, that's the kind of person I would love to get into it with, but so many people have already destroyed her argument that I'm not even gonna fucking worry about it. She is floundering, to say the least. Like she just got like totally every single argument completely dismantled, and she just kicked him because she. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think that's how she actually is. I think that's how she every single live I've seen from her, Charlie, has been that. Like just not nice to people, totally mean and belittling, especially if you admit that you're white and you're a man. Oh God, she's just very, very brutal. I don't know. I think a lot of people now have been sort of lied to in a way, and they've been taken for a ride on many different things, and are really just intellectually incapable of seeing past their own nose, and they get this idea in their head that they're oppressed, or that they're being worked against constantly, and especially by some higher power, and that they need to rally people against it all the time, and then it's like cis het men that need to be taken down because we are somehow the boogeyman. Weird. It's a really weird thing, but I enjoyed that more than I enjoyed my own debate, so this was fun. But that was cool. If you didn't catch that first debate, I'll try and put it up on YouTube. It should be fun to go back and relive that. No wonder people are using TikTok. I'm almost secondhand addicted. Dude, this is fun for me. It's fun to talk to these people. I know I lost my cool in that first debate at the end, but I just couldn't take it anymore. It was literally 7-on-1. There was 7 people that were, 8-on-1. So I was one person against everyone else in there that was just like pushing back on me. And I just got to a point where I couldn't do it anymore. And I was just getting interrupted for with morons. I understand, Charlie says, I understand that in many cases, women are afraid of men on some level, but to go online day after day and tell everyone that men are sexual deviants is wild. Yeah, no, I know. I'm sure she makes a lot of money doing it, though. That's the grift. Listen, y'all, I'm gonna head out. I just got my appointment that's coming up here in about 40 minutes. I'm gonna get some lunch, and then I think tomorrow we're gonna do a live stream. I might hop on tonight. I don't know. But thanks you guys for watching. Appreciate you. Thank you everyone over on YouTube here who hit the like button, who hung out. Charlie, thank you for coming by. Andy and Mephisto, you guys were hanging out over here on Twitch. Appreciate you. And everyone here on YouTube, you guys are awesome. Appreciate y'all. And we'll see you guys in the next live stream, probably tomorrow night, but definitely Wednesday with the midweek hump coming up. Make sure you guys subscribe over there. Love you. Bills.
I like to put stuff online.
us.